Hello, hello. Can you hear me now? Yeah, I just reset the mic. It was like plugged in and on and everything. I guess it's exactly what Mortu said. I did the Windows update, I remember, over the course of the weekend or something. So probably I just had to like refresh the mic. I don't know. Cool. Well, thank you for joining me today. Appreciate the support. First subscribers of the day, Loop4x and Miser Loop. When it was sound off, I tried to shout out everybody who was the first here as usual, but what's up to Mortu and Nate and Daniel V2. So I am sick. I wasn't making that up because I wanted a day off. I don't have a fever. I feel okay. I might cough on you, but I don't think you can catch anything over the internet. Don't worry about me. I don't have COVID. Like, I know this is my usual, like, ear and sinus type of infection that I've been prone to my whole life, the famous Bennis runny nose. Like, I don't have a fever. I don't have body aches. I'm not having trouble breathing. So, like, I'm going to do some drafts. We'll see how it goes. If I'm, blowing my nose a lot, I might not do 3 drafts today. I heard you can get viruses over the internet. I hope not. But, so I appreciate the support. Thanks for tuning in. Don't mind me if I cough a little or blow my nose. If, like I said, I don't have a fever. I feel okay, but, I might not do 3 drafts today. Thank you to everybody subscribing. Cozy Bonfire. Appreciate it, Loop and Miser. Thank you for kicking off the week with 3 subscriptions. I mean, not like intense headaches, just, like some pain behind my ear and stuff. Like, I can feel the wetness in my right ear. Like, I know for sure, like, there's fluid in the air. And, like I said, I actually haven't been sick in a year. I was actually talking about how I'm going to keep wearing masks after COVID. Not, like, to the grocery store or whatever, but, like, to the casino and to, like, Magic Convention Centers, because I haven't been sick in a year. And my whole life, I've gotten sick, like, every 3 or 4 months, just, like, something minor, nothing big. But I've just always been prone to these kind of, like, minor, like, sinus or ear infections or whatever. Ever since I was, like, a toddler. Like, I've literally always gotten sick a lot. I'm actually kind of famous for the Bennis stuffy nose at tournaments. The past year, I've been, like, not sick once. The last time I got sick was last March. And that actually probably wasn't COVID, but could have been. Like, that was a virus. Like, I had a little fever, I had some body aches, whatever. But anyways, so, of course, brag about how you haven't been sick in a year, and then, of course, you get sick. But, again, nothing to worry about. This is just, like I said, my usual little bit of stuffy nose. Like, I feel fine. So, we'll see how it goes. But I can't promise 3 drafts today. But we're going to attempt. We'll see how it goes. Thank you, everybody, subscribing. I know there was a bunch of subscribers. Appreciate it, Bunk Money. Appreciate it, MTG Rojo. I did 1 Kaldheim sealed, I think, day 1 of the format, like the first Thursday. It should be in the Twitch VODs. I am planning to do a Kaldheim sealed video next. Last week I put up a new draft video on YouTube. This week I'm planning to put up a sealed video at some point in the middle of the week. My weekly coaching sessions are Monday and Wednesday, and then I had somebody tonight as well. So probably tomorrow morning or Thursday morning, I'll probably make a sealed video. Well, I'm not going to force White-Red Aggro. I just can't draft like that. I'll draft White-Red Aggro. I actually like that deck more than most, it seems, if it's available. But I'm going to draft whatever's available. I would always rather read the draft and have 1 or 2 interesting drafts than 3 fast jamming aggro drafts. So, I mean, whatever's there is there. You know what I mean? I say this time in and time out. I pride myself on quality, not quantity. To each their own, I'm not hating. And obviously, some people need to grind out a paycheck more than I do as far as Magic content. So they may have to choose quantity over quality just to, make more money. Totally understandable. I'm not criticizing anybody. My situation, I pride myself on quality. I want, anytime I'm on, for you to feel like I'm your best or second best, a really good option. I want you to, if you choose to spend your valuable time on, because, like, obviously we're all busy and time is a limited resource for everybody, right? So if you choose to spend your entertainment time with me, I want you to get a high quality product. So I would always rather put out less but better content than more but weaker content. But like I said, I don't have body aches or I don't have a fever, so I feel up to, streaming. I just might blow my nose or cough on you a little bit. So we'll see how it goes today. Thanks again to everybody subscribing. Appreciate it, Six Nation Army. Appreciate it, Spiffy. We can definitely plan on some sealed practice. I mean, I think certainly Thursday would make the most sense. The last day before the Arena Open that I'm going to stream. I'm probably going to stream some during the Arena Open. I'm not sure yet. Day 1, day 2, delays, no delays, whatever. But I see no reason not to stream it. It's not like it's a Mythic Championship and, there's points and MPL and rivals at stake. It's literally a cash tournament. I mean, look, there's $2,000 at stake. That's the real deal. But, if I stream it with like a 5-minute delay or something, I'd be comfortable with that. Otherwise, we can see, I can always do the hand hider or something. But then that's going to really influence the strategy I can tell you about because I can tell you what I do right after I do it. I just can't tell you right before I do it. Or when I do something, I can't tell you what I'm plotting for the future turns. I'll consider some options. We'll think about it, whatever. But, okay, big timer, LSV. I never claim to be in a bad financial situation. Like, I'm comfortable. But I love when the people richer than me call me a big timer. But, anyways, so we're going to attempt to do 3 drafts. Like I said, if I'm blowing my nose a lot or something, I might only do 1 or 2. We'll see. But, I'm not sure what the best options are for streaming the Arena Open, but in honor of them doing a limited one, I do want to stream it. I skipped the last historic one. I played 1 or 2 of the standard ones. I never cashed for 1,000 or even. I made day 2, I think, in one of the standard ones and didn't the other one. Not like I played all day trying, like the one I didn't make day 2 and I probably put in like 2 entries or something. And the one I did make day 2 and I think I put in 2 or 3 entries also. So we'll see. Hopefully we can cash an Arena Open for the first time this weekend. I'll definitely be putting in as many entries as it takes on day 1 to make day 2. So if I don't make day 2 in this, it will be because I tried all day and failed. So what I'll probably do is kick off the stream like when I get up pretty early, start playing. When I make day 2, that'll be it for the day. I'll head to the casino if it's early. If I won't if it's late, but I do plan to stream it, like I said. Whether we do it with a small delay or a hand hider or nothing at all, I'm not sure yet. But it is, and if I'm sick, but it is my current plan to stream the Arena Open this weekend. So, anyways, with that said, I am planning to put up a sealed video this week. That'll be on the YouTube channel. And we'll probably do sealed on here on Thursday. Most likely I'll draft today and tomorrow, and then Thursday we'll do 2 or 3 sealeds. But for today, I'm still going to do Premier Best of 1 draft. Tank my ranking over the weekend. To be fair, I generally don't have that high of a ranking. I do a lot of playing, like, not the ideal circumstances for focusing. But also, over this weekend, I was having this, like, thing on Arena. I was playing from my phone from the poker table a lot. And it wouldn't connect to maybe, like, 1 in 3 or 1 in 4 games. So I just got a lot of, like, quote-unquote game losses. So let's see if focused on stream we can improve it. Has that been happening to anybody else, or is that just me? Oh, I actually burned through all my gems, too, at the same time. Which is no problem. I'm going to buy some gems now. I'm just going to blank the Arena screen so you can't see my credit card. I trust most of you, but I know there's a few bad apples out there, even if my crew is awesome. I mean, that just happened, LSV. Has that not been happening to you? Have you tried on Arena? Has that not been happening to other people out there? Because, like, what will happen, and to be clear and to be fair, I actually, like, haven't found it that hard to play on Arena, like, on my phone. When it works perfectly fine, it's like, I thought it was going to be harder to, actually play Magic on the phone. It's really not. Once you know what the cards do, it's really pretty easy. Reading the cards is kind of tricky. But, like, if you know what all the cards do, I haven't actually found playing on my phone to be hard at all. Like, just click on the card, click on whatever you're killing, drag the attackers and blockers with your finger. Like, it really hasn't been hard to play. But I've been getting this, like, error very consistently. Like, maybe I'd say about 1 in 3, 1 in 4 games, when I'll just literally go to pair, to play against somebody. It'll just come up where it'll show me who I'm playing against, and it won't connect me. Like, the game just doesn't, like, actually start. So I'll see, like, the opponent, I won't get a hand, and then I'll just time out or whatever and get a loss. And again, look, no big deal, right? Like, drafts cost $1.50. Like LSV said, I'm a big timer or whatever. I can afford to take a game loss every 4 games. It's basically like 25 cents or something, right? Like, I'm not looking for compensation. I'm not complaining. But, I am complaining because it is annoying, obviously. But I was just wondering if that's happening to other people who are playing on their phone. Because I played on my phone a lot all weekend. Like, actually, I beat LSV from my phone since LSV's in the house. I was playing, like, while playing poker, I was just literally playing on my phone, like, all weekend. So I played, like, a ton on my phone this weekend. How would that improve my rating? Even if, no matter how good or bad you think I am, that's a loss. I don't know how that can improve your rating. But anyways, again, I don't care. I'm not like, I'm just asking because like it is just happening or whatever. So I'm just curious. I actually have had no trouble, B. Wordley, with the draft portion. Every time I connect to the draft, it starts perfectly fine, and I draft perfectly fine. It's literally when you go to pair the game that, like I said, maybe 1 in 3, 1 in 4 games doesn't connect and start for me. But yeah, thankfully that game against LSV did work. I mean, it wasn't great because he just got flooded and I had a great draw. But, you know, we'll take it. Maybe we ended his quest for number 1, in which case I'd be proud of that. Not only did I beat LSV from the phone, I beat him from the phone while actively playing poker. Number 3 is good, yeah. It's hard. I mean, I've had times where I was trying to get number 1, and, like, I would get to, like, number 5, and then I would win, like, 2 or 3 games and be, like, number 5 still. Then I'd win, like, you know, then I'd go, like, 3-1 and be, like, number 7, and then I'd win, like, 3 games and be back to number 5. It's really hard sometimes to make ground when you're that high at the top. It's not hard to make ground when you have a low rating, but when you're, like, you know, literally, like, number 3 or number 5, it can take a ridiculous record to advance to number 1. Thank you, Galush, appreciate the subscription. Yeah, Mobius beat me the other day when he was number 2. I saw that. And I don't know who, I think Max Magic or something is, but they were, like, also number 2, I think, when I played them or something. I mean, it's fun. Like I said, I like going for number 1 and stuff, like, when you're up there. So the thing about drafting and playing on mobile, it's hard to read the cards. So you have to know all the cards by the picture. But if you do know all the cards by the picture, then I find it easy to draft and play, except for this connection error, which has been very frequent. But I'm sure they'll get that fixed. It's a new product. And honestly, I'm really excited about it. You know, there's a lot of times where I play Hearthstone on my phone while I'm, like, in line or sitting waiting somewhere or something like that. Now I just get to play Arena instead of Hearthstone. Like, great. You know what I mean? And like I said, it's not a big deal. Like, even with this connection error, it's more of an annoyance than it is a problem. You know, if you buy the gems for $100 for 100,000, you know, that means a draft at 1,500 gems is $1.50. So, I mean, like, you know, you still works most games. So even if you take a game loss or 2 game losses a draft, you know, you're spewing like 25 to 50 cents in equity. So, I mean, it's not a big deal, and I'm very grateful, and I'm very excited about a future of playing Arena on my phone. I'm just saying that's something that has been happening, to me at least. All right, so anyways, thanks everybody for subscribing. I know there was a ton. I probably missed a few, but thank you, Vadre. Thank you, Gahulash. I probably mispronounced your name, but I mean, heck, that's a compliment from me, right? And yeah, don't worry about me. Like I said, I know whatever I have is like, you know, ear sinus infection, and it's minor. It's not COVID for sure. This is not a virus. Definitely like a local infection. Thank you, everybody. I do appreciate the support. Let's get into the first draft. Enough of me flapping my gums. You're here to see me take cards, not talk about beating LSV from my phone and getting disconnected from games. So let's get to work. I think Thursday we'll do sealed. I think it's open. I'm flexible. But my current plan is drafts today, drafts tomorrow, sealeds Thursday, and a sealed video on YouTube at some point in the middle of the week. That's my current plan. As well as streaming the actual sealeds from the Arena Open itself. But it's certainly flexible and open to debate, but that's my current plan. Thank you, Confucius. Appreciate the subscription. Also, all your wisdom. Very much appreciated. So let's see. Runeforge Champion's good. I think this is one of the rares that's better than it looks. If you search for a rune, this is just a really good card. I'm not saying it's broken. Like, this is like, you know, B+, A-, not like S tier, obviously. But it's a pretty strong card if it searches for a rune, and there's 5 of them. These are not uncommons I would consider first picking, though Arcanist can certainly be fine. Provoke the Trolls, LSV's Invitational card. Perfectly fine. We actually have probably the 2 biggest trolls in Magic in the house. They're both limited masterminds, so it's cool that they're here in my draft stream. But between Cuneo and LSV, there's the potential for a lot of trolling. So, of course, we open Provoke the Trolls in Cuneo and LSV's honor. And then, of course, you know, I'll be here to slay the troll. I mean, I'll be Arnie. So I guess I will take Runeforge. It's that or Packmate. It's probably a close pick. But in honor of being sick, I got to force white aggro, right? No, I'm just kidding. You could certainly take Packmate. I wouldn't take the Arnie Slays the Troll. That's a gold card. It's not good enough to first pick. But again, Runeforge Champion's quite good. If you're not biased against white aggro in this format, getting a 3-mana 2/3 that also searches for a rune, assuming you have them, and puts it in your hand, like that's a very good card. As is Packmate. So I think that's a relatively close pick. Most people would probably take Packmate, but I think that's also mostly because of color preferences, which are valid for the record. But I'm just saying, if you're gonna draft whatever's open and you're not like trying to force any colors, then Packmate and Runeforge are about comparable one-color cards, in my opinion. All right, pick 2. So obviously we're not going to consider the white card. Not a bad time to lock up the rune since it's a pretty weak pack. And I'll play white anything in this format, but red is probably the ideal color to pair with white because it's the 2 most aggressive colors in the format. So white-red makes a really nice beatdown deck. So if Provoke the Trolls is actually LSV's invitational card, Bloodski Berserker here, actually Cunio's, he hates this card for some reason. I don't think it's great, but I think it's totally fine. Like, I'm not cutting it from any black decks. But I think Rune of Speed, which is actually one of the weaker runes in my opinion, but that was a pretty weak pack. If we didn't take that, I don't even know what I would have took out of that pack. Like, that pack really was awful, frankly. So following up Runeforge Champion, it's a good opportunity to lock up Rune of Speed. And I think it's worth noting that this turns the runes into a colorless to cast, and that's obviously not an accident. So we're not red in any way at this point. Like, if we play white-blue, we can still just play Rune of Speed, search for it, whatever. We can pick up a dual land or 2 in case we draw it and we don't have the champion. Okay, so out of this pack, Axgard Cavalry is actually a pretty good 2-drop, but Bergstrider's a lot better. Invasion of the Giants is good. Like, if you're Giants, you're happy to have this card or multiple copies of it, but it is not some kind of busted saga that makes you want to go into an archetype. But Bergstrider's actually just a really good card. I think LSV called this the 4th best common in the set, and I agree. And honestly, like, there's times I'll take this over Demon Bolt once I'm already blue-red and stuff like that. Bergstrider's just excellent. Okay, so now there's the best blue common. Behold, the 2nd best blue common, Bergstrider. So it looks like we're seeing blue. Don't know what we're going to play yet. Look, I might drop Rune of Speed and Runeforge Champion and just play Snow or whatever. I mean, I'm not committed to my early picks. You know how I do. But at this point, I would say we're certainly going to follow up Bergstrider with another blue card. I think Behold over Bergstrider is still correct. There are times I'll take Bergstrider over Behold, again, to be clear. But this early, we don't know where we're going to go yet. We don't have too much card advantage. I think that in this format, somebody actually asked me, isn't it weird to have a card as good as Behold at common? And I think there are a lot of formats where Behold would be like a mythic common. It is one of the better commons in the set, possibly best, 2nd best, 3rd best. But I don't think it actually grossly overperforms in this format. I think it's such a high power format that not impacting the board has a very real cost. Now, to be clear, Behold is still really good, but that said, it's like a good common. It's not like a mythic common in this format. I definitely think starting with Packmate over Runeforge for color preferences is totally defensible. As far as which card is better, like if they were both just colorless to cast, I think it's just extremely close. Okay, so I think we'll probably take the Volatile Ford here. These dual lands are really good since they turn on your snow stuff. We already have a Bergstrider. Otherwise, what? Squash. If we end up blue-red, I'll probably want this more than I'll even want the Squash. I mean, I do like the Gold Veil picks as well, but it does seem like we're in the right colors. It seems like we're in like a blue-white-red seat. But are we going to go blue-red Giants? I mean, there's a Bounding Gold. That's a pretty good card. Obviously, we could do a light white splash if we want to into a blue-red deck. I mean, this is a pick here between Invasion of the Giants and Bounding Gold. I mean, I think we have to take Bound, right? There's nothing wrong with blue-white creatures, and we haven't seen much red. And I actually don't think Behold the Giants is very good. I mean, it's like I said, it's good. Like, you're always going to include it in your deck if you're blue-red. But I'm not going to even miss it if I go blue-red Giants. So now there's a curveball. Frenzied Raider's an excellent 2-drop for a red-white aggro, or a red-blue deck if you have both stuff. Although red-blue Giants doesn't tend to have a lot of both stuff. Axgard Armory is excellent as well in white-red aggro. I mean, clearly there's no blue cards in this pack. So, I mean, given Axeguard Armory is not white, it's a white-red-gold card, effectively, I think we might as well take Frenzied Raider, because I think Frenzied Raider is probably going to be better than Armory for us if we end up red-blue or red-white, given Armory doesn't even work in one of those two. You have to be red-white. So, this land is really good. Making a 4/4 is really strong. I mean, obviously, we're not green. We haven't even seen half a green card this draft. I mean, that Pac-Mate we talked about, that was pick 1. That was what we opened. And, I mean, the green has really good commons in this set. Even after Pac-Mate, which is number 1 clearly, and Struggle, which is number 2 clearly, Masked Vandal's quite good. Sculptor's quite good. So it has multiple good 2-drops. You know, the 6/6 for 6 Dino I love. So, you know, green is very good and very deep in this format. And we've seen, like, no green. So clearly we're supposed to be in white, blue, and red. And we have to narrow it down from these 3 colors. Provoke the Trolls came back, and LSV and Cuneo still here, so I guess we did provoke the Trolls, but I will take a Frostbite. If I do end up red-white, or red-blue for that matter, I think Frostbite's just better than provoke the Trolls. 4 mana for 3 damage is not very exciting. So here we're going to take 3/2 haste, so it looks like maybe we will end up white-red aggro after that little detour for Bergstrider and Behold. The blue seems to have dried up. We're tabling red cards that are decent here. I don't actually love Breakneck Berserker. It's a fine aggro card. The thing is, I think Tuscari Firewalker is better. So Breakneck Berserker ends up being the second best red common 3-drop for aggro decks, and you only want so many 3-drops. Whereas, like, Axeguard Cavalry, I prioritize very highly because it's the best 2-drop, and the other red common 2-drop, the 1/3, isn't good in aggro. So, like, I'll always take Axeguard Cavalries over, like, Breakneck Berserkers and Tuscari Firewalkers because there's 2 good 3-drops at common for red in Breakneck Berserker and Tuscari Firewalker, and they're both good, and Firewalker's excellent. Whereas there's only 1 good common red 2-drop for a red-white aggro. The other ones, like, you know, the Raider, the 2/1 that discards a card, that card's fine. It's playable in aggro, but it's not a good card. Alright, so this is an easy Magda. We might have gotten rewarded for red-white. I mean, again, you know, I was open. We saw no green and no black. I think virtually everybody agrees black is the weakest color in this format. Like, by all means, I'm not saying avoid it. I draft it when it's there. But if you're not getting hit in the face with black uncommons and Feed the Serpents, like if you don't have poison the cup into Feed the Serpent or whatever, you probably shouldn't be moving into black. Like, black should only have like 1.5 drafters per pod. Like, you know, committed to black. I'm not talking about splashing black into a snow deck or something like that. But as far as like half the cards in your deck are black, it should be no more than 2 people in a pod and probably 1 in some pods. Black is by far the weakest color in this format. But green is extremely deep, and we've seen next to no green. So I'm confident we're supposed to be in some combination of red, white, and blue. So I think now that we opened Magda, we tabled those white and red cards, I think it's pretty clear we're supposed to go red, white aggro here. I mean, even I took the Spectral Steel over the Courser because I have the 2 Rune of Speeds already, so I have enchantments that will go to my graveyard, and then I can get them back with the Steel. But, you know, I like the 3-mana 2/2 flyer, the Courser, quite a bit in these red-white decks. You end up with plenty of ore and equipment to lower the cost of. We need some equipment, especially since we already have 2 runes and something to search for them. Hopefully they'll come. All right, so for now, I'm going to make the pick I talked about. I think Firewalker's actually better than Cavalry, but again, we have 2 Breakneck Berserkers, so it's more important to lock up a good 2-drop, and that makes Cavalry better than Firewalker, so it's tricky. But, like, if it was pack 3, and I had, like, the perfect curve, like, let's just say I had, like, you know, 5 or 6 2-drops I was happy to main, and 4 3-drops I was happy to main, I would probably take Firewalker over Cavalry. I think they're both excellent, but again, I think, like, you have 2 common red 3-drops that are good for aggro, Breakneck Berserker and Firewalker, and only 1 red common 2-drop that's good for aggro and Cavalry. Now, white has some on both spots of the curve as well, but you do have more access to good 3-drops and 2-drops for red-white aggro in this format. Yeah, there's also good synergy with Magda, since you can tap at any time and get your treasures. We really just need junk equipment for this deck to start to look pretty good. With double Rune, Runeforge Champion, and then, like, you know, all these good cheap aggro creatures, we just need to see, like, some helms, some wings, like, whatever. Just, like, some cheap equipment. Alright, so this pack basically has nothing I want. I don't know. Whatever. I don't think any of those were going to make my deck. But I don't even know what we got. Did I get there in time? I don't know. What did it give me? Yeah, so Usher's good, but also Fearless Liberator's good. I actually think this pick is quite close. And again, Tuscari Firewalker is an excellent common 3-drop. Now, again, I'm going to take the 1 or 2 drop because of the replaceability factor. I keep talking about this draft. But don't sleep on this card. This is one of the best common 3-drops for aggro decks we've ever seen. Like, it literally just, like, forces a trade and draws a card. But, like I said, it's harder to get good 1s and 2s. So we're going to take Usher or Liberator for sure. I don't know whether Usher or Liberator is better. I actually kind of think it's Liberator, but I think I go with Usher for the same reason, because its ability to play something turn 1. And obviously, it's a lot easier to get good 2-drops than good 1-drops. But I'm not actually sure that Usher is better than the Liberator, because making 2-1s is a lot better than making 1-1s. I mean, obviously a 2-1 is better than a 1-1, but it's a world of difference. You put a +1/+1 on that, and it can attack into almost anything in this format. You put a +1/+1 equipment on a 1-1, it still may not be able to attack. It's just, it is a big difference. Yeah, I think that it would have been totally reasonable to take Liberator. I have, no confidence in that pick. I took the Usher primarily because it's a 1-drop. Are we ever going to see an equipment? I don't know. But Shieldmate, serviceable too. Not a great one, but a serviceable one. Alright, so again, I want these Coursers. I know I've passed 3 or 4 of these, and these are good cards in this format in Red-White Aggro. I have to take Helm. I have 2 runes, I have Magda, I have no equipment, it's mid-pack 2. So I'm definitely going to take Helm here. But these are good cards. Don't think because I keep passing them, it's because I don't like them, because it's just not the case. Not planning to splash. Whoa, hello, a late Cole. All right, well, red-white aggro is open in this pod, that's for sure. So now there's both white common flyers, and there's Raven Wings. We just got Helm. I like Raven Wings, but I don't love it because of the fact that a lot of your stuff flies in white anyway with 2 good common flyers. I generally think Valkyr is better than Courser, so I may just never end up with a Courser. But yeah, I'm excited to get that. I think both common flyers, Valkyr and Courser, are excellent. This is a format where the ground gets cluttered. It's high power, but it's not fast. So these cheap aggressive flyers really close out games and pose threats that have to be answered. So I'm very big on both the flyers in this format. Plus you can give them haste or equip them, and then it's just impossible to race them. Filler 2 over Filler 3. Alright, I passed the Rune of Speed the first time because we already had 2, but I'll gladly play 3, so we're definitely going to take it now. These cards probably don't matter, but Valor's the most likely. I can't believe I got a Tuscari Firewalker back. There are just no red aggro players in this pod. That's a very ridiculous 11th pick or 12th pick, whatever that was. It wouldn't be unreasonable to take Wings. I think it's close. If I don't see any more equipment, I will regret the pick. But if I get another equipment or 2, I probably won't regret the pick. So, I mean, that's the perfect equipment. We've got 3 runes to search up, so we'll definitely take Rune Crown. This card, if you search out a rune and put it on, it is just excellent. I mean, I would love to get a Gold Veil pick as well, but I can't take it over Rune Crown. This pick is not even remotely close. I might not even have seen that last Raptor. I am pretty low on Raptor, though. It's not like it's unplayable if you have a lot of ways to enhance it. This is a deck where I'd probably end up playing it now that I have Rune Crown and Helm and, Runeforge Champion and all that. But I think people are a little too high on that card. Unless you're a Warhorn Blast deck, which, I mean, we could do, but I mean, I just find it so hard to get all those 1-drops in, the blasts in, and then also, equipment and good creatures. I don't actually like going that wide in this format. I know how people were drafting the deck a lot originally. That's not how I like to draft my red-white aggro in this format. I like these good, solid 2 and 3 drops. I love both common flyers, like I've talked about a lot in this draft. I like Valkyr. I like Courser. I like, the 3 drops. I love Firewalker. I like Berserker. I like Cavalry a lot. I like the 2/2 white lifelink a lot. So I just try and draft all those very solid creatures. This card is near busted. I mean, we're probably not going to have many giants, but it's still a foretell card. 4 mana 5/4, 5 mana 5/4, does 2 as long as it's out, etc., etc. Obviously, it's better if you're going to have more giants, but it's still a good card. It might not be broken in our deck, but it's still, it's still better than, even a Bounding Gold, I think. Okay, so here I'm going to take Usher over Firewalker for the same reasons. Just get the early drops while I can. Hey, these cards don't matter. That's an excellent name. All right, so we do want more equipment. We have 3 different runes already. So we have a pick now between Story Seeker and Gold Veil pick. If it's surprising to you, I didn't name Frostbite. It shouldn't be. If Frostbite's only going to deal 2 for you when you're an aggro deck, this is a mediocre card. I'm probably never cutting it, but I think both Goldveil Pick and Story Seeker are likely to be better for us than Frostbite. Which one of these I'm going to take is just going to depend on how much I need the 2-drops. Shieldmate is perfectly fine. It's filler, but it's serviceable. Raider's good, Cavalry, Magda. So it looks like we have a lot of 2-drops, so we can take the pick. Plus, 2 Ushers are going to leave us 1/1 tokens, so we really need equipments to be enhancing them. So I think it ends up being a pretty clear pick, given we have 5 2-drops and 2 Ushers. Okay, again, I'm just never going to get a Courser, even though I genuinely do like that card. Shepherd is just better. This brings Rune back, puts the Rune right on the Shepherd, and attacks with a 4/3 haste and draws a card. Shepherd is just a great card. I mean, not broken or anything, but, a B tier card. Like, first pickable, absolutely. I'm actually kind of low on Goldmaw Champion. I'm not saying we won't play it, like, obviously it's serviceable, but I just like to run low land counts in this deck, and I just find you have better stuff to do with your mana. Now, here's a card I'm actually high on, and it's been surprising to a lot of people, Divine Gambit. People keep acting like you have to cast this card on turn 4 and hope they don't have a 6-drop. You just do all your other stuff. You play this on turn 6 or 7. Even if they put another 5-drop in play when you kill one, you still killed their 5-drop. All you did was effectively give haste to their other 5-drop. This card is just flat out good removal. I think that, like, a lot of the world is just completely wrong on this card. Never, ever, 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 ever cast this card before, like, turn 5 or 6. Ever. Because obviously if you kill a 3-drop, even if it's a busted rare, and they put a 6-drop in play, you're probably going to lose. But if on turn 6 or 7 you kill a 6-drop and they put another in play, who cares? You still dealt with one of their 6-drops. They were still going to cast the other one next turn anyway. Trust me on this card. Divine Gambit is awesome. Just never cast it before, like, turn 6. Ever. That's the trick to Divine Gambit. You can kill their 6-drop on turn 6 or 7 and they put another 6-drop or 5-drop in play. Fine. You still dealt with one of their big boom booms. They still were going to cast that card next turn anyway. But you can't let them put a 6-drop in play on turn 3 or 4. You can't do it. So, like, wait as long as you can on Divine Gambit and never cast it before, like, turn 6. But other than that, it's a great removal spell. So this is a lot of cards, 32. I mean, certainly it'll be a 15 or 16 land deck with 3 Rune of Speeds and all these 1 and 2 mana cards, but we're still going to have to cut like 7 cards or something. We probably want to play 16 land. We have a lot of Boast Creatures, Quakebringer, and Shepherd. So if we're going to play 16 and 24... that means, what, 49? So it's probably giving us 17. So we're going to have to cut 8 cards. So I don't do this that often on stream because I switch colors a lot and stay open a lot. So I don't usually end up with this many more playables than my deck. But we're going to have to cut like 8 cards. So what I like to do when I have to cut a handful of cards is drag all the cuttables over to the right. Leave all the cards I'm definitely going to main in so that we can then look at all the cuttables at once and fill out our curve and synergy. So Pup is cut. Usher's not cuttable. Pup is. Bite is. As I said, it's nowhere near as good as it looks. Bite is fine, but it's certainly cuttable. Shieldmate's cuttable. These 2-drops aren't cuttable. We actually don't have like Maddox as 2-drops, so we're going to be inclined to play the Shieldmates, but we'll see. Goldmaw Champ's cuttable. Runeforge is not. Berserker's cuttable. Firewalker's not. Rune Crown's not. Valkyr's not. Braggart is. Quakebringer, I mean, I have 0 other giants or changelings, but I do have treasures to get it out early, and it's a pretty busted creature, so we probably shouldn't be cutting that. Shepherd's not cuttable. So this is around 8 cards, so, I mean, if I have to choose from these, the first thing I want to play is my 2-drops, especially because I have, like, several equipments and auras and stuff to constantly suit them up and resuit them up. So I think both Shieldmates, and we don't have excess 2-drops. We have some here, but, like, 1, 2, 3, 4. So I think the 2 Shieldmates are the first 2 includes. Not on power level, but I think the most important thing is curve with all this little equipment, so I think the Shieldmates just go right in, and auras. Now that leaves us 1, 2, 5, 8 cards, so goodbye to all of these cards, I guess. Let me make sure the creature count isn't too low. If it is, I may have to take out the Spectral Steels and put in like a Berserker and a Goldmaw or 2 Berserkers or whatever. But I actually like the Spectral Steels a lot because we have 3 Rune of Speeds. So I think that these Rune of Speeds will go to the graveyard anytime they're not on an equipment, and then we'll be able to get the Spectral Steels back. But that said, it's more important that we have the right creature count. So we might have to cut the Spectral Steels. Let's take a look at the creature count. Oh, that's the card sleeves, not the creature count. Rune of Speed cannot be cut. With Rune Crown and Runeforged Champion to search for them, and then we have 3 equipments to put them on: the pick, the helm, and the crown. The Rune of Speeds are not cuttable. The Spectral Steels are cuttable. 14, it's close. It's close. I mean, it's not like the Spectral Steels are a package deal. I mean, you can use one to get back another one, but I think we'd rather have the creatures. It's because these are good creatures, too. Like, it's not like Berserkers and Goldmore Champions are, like, you know, bad 3-drops. Like, they're fine. Like, I like Breakneck Berserker over Champion. I think that I'm more concerned about not having creatures, so I think I'm cutting the steals for the Berserkers. That puts us to 16, which is a great creature count. And it's actually slightly higher than that, because these cards draw cards. So, like, I don't know the proper way to math this out. I don't know if the people smarter than me do, Cuneo, LSV, have thoughts. Feel free to weigh in. But, like, when you have cheap card drawing like this, it's really more like you have a 37 card deck than a 40 card deck, because this card replaces itself every time you cast it, right? So the way I see it, if I have 14 creatures in this deck or 16 creatures in this deck, it's really more like 14 out of 37 or 16 out of 37 than it is, 14 out of 40. Now, that's not perfect. That's not exactly how you would do the math, clearly. But I'm just saying for perspective. And I don't view expensive card drawing the same way, because you want your creatures out before your expensive card drawing, and like those are like 5 mana draw 3s are more like late game power cards, but like 1 and 2 mana draw 1s kind of effectively make your deck smaller. So like it's really hard to value that properly, and I'm not even sure like exactly how to value it, but clearly you're going to cast more creatures per game if you have a 14 creature deck with 3 2-mana cantrips in it than if you have a 14 creature deck with no cantrips in it. So it has to be viewed in some way as like 14 out of 37 or 14 out of 38 or just whatever. It has to be, you're going to cast more creatures per game if 3 of your cards are 2-mana cantrips than if they aren't. So I'm not exactly sure how to process that perfectly, but I think that, you know, if you're like borderline on creature count, but you have 3 2-mana draw cards, your creature count's probably a little bit better than you think. All right, that said, let's get into the games. I don't think Pup is unplayable, but I definitely think it's worse than any creature I have in the deck. Especially because I already have 2 1-drops, so I already have the ability to use my mana on turn 1 a lot of the time. I think Pup is playable, but I think it's not close to being in here. If I were going to add more cards to this deck, next would be the Spectral Steels. Next, after that, would be the Gold Maw Tappers, the 3-mana 2/3s. I don't hate Pup or anything. It's just all my other creatures are better, and I have 2 Ushers for turn 1, which are better. I know I say this all the time, but I'm pro-cat, not anti-dog. I've got nothing against the Pup. So, do we want to make a 1/1 or cast Cole here? This is the, I literally tweeted a what's the play from a spot just like this. And it's funny because the poll was pretty split. Some people say attack, make the 1/1, some say cast Cole, basically. Wow, the chat isn't split. You know that this attacks for 2 and this only attacks for, the 1/1 only attacks for 1, right? And next turn I have a Bounding Gold. I don't know if I agree, and the chat is not split at all. LSV, what do you think? I think it's close in this spot. I mean, I don't have equipment in hand. Cole is a good 2-drop that I don't necessarily want to die that will have late game value. But it's also extra damage now. Like, if they play a 3-drop and I Bounding Gold it, I'm literally missing damage if I play the 1/1. I think it's super close. I mean, it's the chat seems now more split, but I'm curious if LSV or Cuneo, especially LSV, is still around since he's arguably the best player of all time. I think it's super duper close. I don't think it's like, you know, if you played Cole or made a 1/1, I don't think it would be a horrible play either way. I usually personally play the 2-drop, but because Cole is a good late game card, I'm choosing to make the 1/1 here. But if this was Story Seeker and not Cole, I would have probably played the Story Seeker, which is actually what I tweeted the question when I tweeted the question. The thing is, Cole is actually a good late game card that can single-handedly win games with a lot of value. So that's why I chose to make the 1/1. But if this was like, you know, Axguard Cavalry or Story Seeker, I would have probably played the 2-drop over making the 1/1. Hey man, if we've got, a star in the house, I'm not against using them, so if I can get some free coaching from arguably the best Magic player of all time, I'll take it. But that is my reasoning. Firstly, if you thought it was extreme either way, I disagree with you. I think it's extremely close. And I made the 1/1 because I think Cole can come out much later, and when they're less likely to still have removal in hand, and Cole can be a late game-winning 2-drop. But if it was a 2-drop that only had early game value and not late game value, like say Axguard Cavalry or Story Seeker, the best common white 2-drop and the best common red 2-drop, Axguard Cavalry and Story Seeker, I would have played either of those cards over making the 1/1. I chose to make the 1/1 and hold back the Cole because I think the Cole can have late game value. All right, we're not doing much. 7 lands with our 16 land hand, but hey, they're not doing much so far either, so we'll see what's up. Divine Gambit the Firewalker? Nah. I'm not even going to Divine Gambit the Bound. I'm saving Divine Gambit for their first real threat. I mean, we already have Shepherd bringing back Cole now. Plenty of threats. And Divine Gambit will kill whatever good thing they actually play here. Maybe I'll free up a 3/3 flyer, though. Let's see what else they do. Okay, so we're super flooding. We can't attack on the ground. I'm obviously not afraid to Divine Gambit at this point, but what does this do? Puts a +1/+2 counter on 2, so that doesn't matter if it's on the Firewalker, but it'll turn this into a 2/4. Lifelink until end of turn is whatever. They can poison me out in 5 turns, but it's not lifelink permanently, right? Just for the 1 turn. Yeah, I think we're better off freeing up the flyer. I mean, the upside of killing the Finn is that we get in the same 3 anyway, and their creature's gone, but then they can just play any ground creature to blank these 2 little ones. So I think the right play is to Divine Gambit the Bound, so we can start hitting for 3 in the air. It's definitely somewhat close, but like I said, flyers can be really annoying threats in this format, whereas, they'll probably draw or play a ground creature over the next couple turns. Also, I'm super flooding, so if I have to kind of just win this game in the air. Okay, that doesn't really change anything. I mean, it's 2 extra damage a turn, so that's nice, but... Also, I guess they won't gain life the turn they give this lifelink if they do that in attack, so that's cool. Yeah, this isn't lifelink forever, though, right? This is lifelink until end of turn, so, it's just 1-shot game 2 with the Finn. Then they have a 2/4 Finn, but not a 2/4 lifelink, so who cares? You don't really need a lot of aggro and removal. When I have a lot of aggro and removal. You don't need a lot of removal in aggro decks. When I have a really good low-to-the-ground aggro deck with equipment like this, I really don't like small removal. Cards like Frostbite, I cut my Frostbite from here and passed another one in the draft. I have, they're playable, obviously, but they have, very little value to me. Big removal like Divine Gambit and Bounding Gold has a lot of value because that can clear that 4/4 5/5 that's blanking your team. But I wouldn't say you need a lot of removal at all in these kind of decks. I would say, Divine Gambit and Bounding Gold are early picks and good removal. Bound is better than Gambit, even though I'm pretty high on Gambit. Bound is still better, because you can play it on turn 3 or 4. I would say cards like Frostbite are of very little value. Serviceable card, it'll trade up a mana most of the time, but it's also killing something you could just attack into. Here's the driving, concept here. When you have a control deck, a deck with good inevitability, good late game, your biggest fear is getting run over. So cheap removal performs really well in those decks because you hit your opponent's cheap evasive creature or their 2-drop, and then you keep your life total high. So you get to go to your late game and play all your card drawing and all your 5/7s and all those 7-mana cards, everything that LSV loves, right? On the other hand, when you're an aggro deck, You're not that concerned about killing their 2-drop. You got your own. You're putting things on the board on turn 2, 3, 4. What you're concerned with is that they play something big enough to stop your whole team. They may play like a 5/5 or a 4/5, and then you may not be able to attack with 3 different creatures, and they may blank the board, and they may stop your ability from attacking. So it always depends on the quality of the individual removal spell, but it's a good baseline heuristic that aggro decks want big removal and control decks want little removal, because control decks are mostly concerned with not getting run over, prolonging the game, and going to their powerful late game, and aggro decks are more concerned with removing a big blocker. That said, to be clear, efficient removal is good and limited. So control decks want Bound and Gold and Feed the Serpent too, of course. Aggro decks will usually play Frostbite. I cut it here because I had a ton of great playables. But, like, that is how I look at it. Like, if you look at comparable and quality removal, like, I remember there was an M19 or so when Shock and Chandra's Outrage were both in, like M18, 19, 20, one of those, and they were pretty close in the format. Then I would generally have took Shock in, like, a red-green deck with, like, big dinos, and I would generally have took Chandra's Outrage in, like, a red-white weenie aggro deck. In a format where they're close, let's say, you know, the cheap and the expensive removal. Obviously, if the expensive removal is just much better, then you're going to take it either way. And unconditional removal is, you know, just always great. But I'm just saying, you can definitely, like, don't go too far with the heuristic. You definitely deviate from it a lot based on the card quality of the actual, you know, card in question. But it is, like, a good, solid thing to have in mind, that aggro decks are more concerned with removing, like, 4 and 5 drops, and control-ish decks are more concerned with not getting run over. So, what do we want to do? I mean, we could always slap another rune on it. It's still another +1/+0. Obviously, like I said, you can't Divine Gambit. I normally wouldn't Bound and Gold to 3/1, but we could, given we already have Divine Gambit for the next real threat. Lifelink is kind of annoying for us. Yeah, we're drawing a lot of lands so far. I mean, maybe I can play 15. And it's hard to go down to 7 planes. Oops. I think I'm going to Bound and Gold the Faithful because I have Divine Gambit. If I didn't have Divine Gambit, I wouldn't Bound and Gold this Faithful. I did win that last game. Hopefully we'll get all these 8 hands out of the way with our 16 land deck. Okay, so what does this cost? 2 to equip. So we can play Shieldmate, put the rune on it, or put the rune crown on it and attack with both. Then they can take 5, get their card if they want to swing back, or they can trade. Or we could just, like, attack with Cavalry and play the Shieldmate, hold it back to block the Firewalker, and put the rune crown on put the other rune on the rune crown. It's pretty close. I guess, actually, wait, this gives +1. Yeah, so it's not going to change their blocks at all. So, I mean, I want to put the Rune of Speed on the rune crown, because that's probably not going anywhere, right? Like, assuming they can't kill an artifact, which, you know, most likely if they're not green, they can't, then this is going to give +3/+1 in haste to all my creatures for the rest of the game. So I think the right play here is to hold the Shieldmate back, because you never want to let your opponent draw all those cards. So I think what I'm going to do is actually Rune Crown the Cavalry and attack. This way, if they want to trade, then they don't get a card off Firewalker. Otherwise, they take 4. And then post-combat, I'm going to play the Shieldmate. If I knew they were going to block, obviously I could have played this pre-combat, put the crown on it, and attack with both. But then they get the opportunity to attack back and get a card. I kind of like forcing the trade there, not letting them get cards. Alright, well that's a busted rare, but Indestructible doesn't work against Divine Gambit. This is a little earlier than I like to cast it. I'm kind of scared of what they could put in play, though. I mean, Red-Black probably doesn't have big things, but I'm not sure. I mean, I think we could always just wait a turn and take 1 hit from the Predator. I mean, if we want to attack into it, they'll block and sack the Faithful. Obviously, I don't care about the Mill 3, but this will just get Indestructible, so that doesn't really work for me. So, I think first and foremost, we have 6 mana. This is 2 to equip, this is 2 to cast, and this is 2 to cast. So let's start by Rune of Speed on the Crown, see what we get, and if that changes our play. Just more lands. It's rough. Why am I drawing so many lands? I've drawn half the lands in my deck already. Yeah, because that creature's indestructible and whatever they put in play probably won't be able to block a 5/2, I'm going to go ahead and Gambit it. This is earlier than I would like to cast Gambit. I mean, it's turn 6, But black-red probably doesn't have anything huge. They're probably just going to put in play some 4 or 5 drop. They're probably holding creatures. They have 4 cards in hand. But I think most likely they'll just put in play another 4 drop or something. And hopefully it won't be able to stop a 5-2 shield mate. Whereas that thing gains indestructible, so it could. Yeah, like I said, not super happy about it. Especially because they didn't have a plains. But... Oops, I got to play a land. This isn't first strike or anything, right? No. I don't know. Do I have to go to 15 lands because I have all these runes? I mean, I have been pretty unlucky. I don't want to get biased. I mean, we're playing a 16-land deck here. Have drawn 8 lands both of the first 2 games. Maybe with the hand smoother we can get away with 15. I'm sure if this was in person, I would play 8-8. Because I have white 1-drops, like... You know, I can boast, I can move around equipment. Like, I think 16 is certainly not too many lands. Maybe with the hand smoother we can go to 15, though. I'm not sure. Oh, Fisia is excellent, no question. Is somebody debating that? I mean, I don't think there's any debate. Fisia is just excellent. Yeah, I do have some decent late game, too. I mean, the Giant and the Angel with Foretell, though, I only need 4 lands to cast both those cards. The Foretell cost on those is 4. It would definitely have to be a Plains. Maybe I'll check if I have any double white cards, because the runes cantrip for a red, so it would certainly have to be a Plains if I was going to cut a land. So I'll check my white. I do have the 2 Ushers for turn 1, but if I don't have any double white cards, I do have the pick also. Maybe we can do 8 Mountain, 7 Plains. It's worth holding lands for Skull Raid, but I used all 6 on turn 6. And then remember, I didn't play a land. I just left 6 in play. This turn I had to play a land to play the Quakebringer now, or just, you know, not cast Quakebringer this turn. So I know I can give it haste, but I still think I'd rather just spend my mana and cast it. Gambit is white-white. It is a late game card, but it is white-white. Yuck. Why is that, Six Nation Army? Does the hand smoother value snow lands differently than regular lands? I wouldn't have thought that. You may know something I don't. Not saying you're wrong. I mean, clearly I'm dead. I could, like, pretend I had something, but... Oh, I don't even have Cardboard Live open. That's just my fault. I don't know if it's working or not, but if it's working right now, it would literally be a magic program because it's not open. Thanks for the reminder. That's the longest we went without anybody asking about Cardboard Live, I think. Let me take a quick look, because I do have good spells in my board. Like, I don't know. Like I said, in person, I would almost never go to 15 in a spot like this. But the hand smoother is hard to evaluate. I mean, these cost 2 if I'm stuck on lands, because I probably had creatures trade off if I drew a bunch of creatures and only 2 or 3 lands. These both have Foretell 4, so they're 4 drops, effectively. I don't want to be biased by what happened, but I did get 7-0 with a red-white aggro that had 15. These do cantrip, and I will be casting these more than normal, because I can search for them with 2/3 mana cards also. I think I can just see it. If I do that, I'll bring in the Frostbite as the extra card, so that I have another 1 mana card to cast and buy me time off the 8 mountains. Even though the last cards out I said would have been the Rune Guard Champion or the Spectral Steel, if I'm going to go to 15, let me bring in a 1 mana red shock. This way I'm less likely to get run over while I'm stuck on 2. I can kill things, cast cards. This is draft 1. Well, like I said, the same thing I was talking about with creatures applies with lands, but you have to have 2 already to cast the rune. But if you have 3 of a 2-mana cantrip, it's really like I'm playing 15 and 37, not 15 and 40. Not precisely. I'm not saying that's exactly how you should calculate it, but certainly there's something there. When a card is, like if a card was 0 mana draw a card and that's all the card did, I would literally be playing a 37 card deck. So when a card is 2 mana draw a card with some minor effect, but I think it's more similar to having 15 and 37 than it is 15 and 40, except for the purposes of getting those 2 lands, including 1 red, to cast those in the first place. But it's more complicated than that, because you don't want to play Rune on turn 2. Sure, you can if you need to, but you don't want to, right? Thank you, Tues-Thurs. Appreciate that subscription. Yeah, like I said, if this was in person, I would almost certainly play 8-8. I'm trying 15 a little more often these days because of the hand smoother. You know, that's one thing where I feel like almost being an old school pro puts you at a disadvantage. And see, like this game, I'm not making the 1-1 here because I want to get the Axgard Cavalry out now. This is going to search for a cantrip. Like, I feel confident in this game. It's better to play the Cavalry here. But, I mean, I think that the Cole I didn't necessarily want to attack or block with, whereas this can give haste to, like, a 2-1 that I'll happily throw in combat, or a 2-3. So we don't care at all about trading the Runeforge off. So I think I play Runeforge, search for the red rune, and then just attack with the Usher and the Runeforge. Yeah, apparently I'm going to have to go to 12 lands. Remember, Runeforge is a great card because it's a 2-3 that just put this in my hand. Now it's basically done its job. Like, now, if they trade with it, who cares? Like, I'm up a rune from it. That's why it's a great 3-drop. Not because it needs to sit and play and make this cost 1 instead of 2. That's not of particular importance. Even though I don't have a lot to give haste in my hand at the moment, it's still a powerful effect. It's just something you want in play. So, Snakeskin Veil here is kind of interesting. So, let's talk about a couple of things. One, they didn't play a land, and they have 6 cards in hand. So, these are all spells. If they had a land, it would be in play, right? We don't know if they have Snakeskin Veil or not, but... And we don't care about Snakeskin Veil trading for one of our 2-drops. But... we don't want to let them profitably put a +1/+1 counter on this Berserker, because then this becomes a much better card. So the last thing I want to do is run a 2-power creature into Berserker and have them cast Snakeskin Veil, eat my 2-drop, and then have Berserker with a +1/+1 counter. So the way I'm going to play around that is by only attacking with a 3-power creature, I think. And the one I'd want to trade off the most would be the Shieldmate. So I think... what we want to do is play the Shieldmate, give it haste with the Cavalry, and attack with just that. Or, sorry, we have to put the rune on it to get the 3rd power, and then attack with just that. And now, if they Veil, their creature will still die. They'll get the 2-2, but, you know, they're killing my worst creature. I get a 1-1, they get a 2-2. We can attack again next turn, right? Oh, it only costs 1. That's way better, too. I can still cast the Usher post-combat. I forgot about the Runeforge's ability after talking about how it doesn't matter. But, so, again, I'll kill the Berserker. So I don't mind this. Yeah, they'll get a 2-2, but they won't have a 3-3 sitting in play. What I won't do is attack with these 2-power creatures and let them block in Snakeskin Veil. I mean, I don't know if they have it or not. I couldn't really tell if there was the pause, but I'm, like I said, I'm kind of just talking strategy in general. This is also, like I said, I'm not bragging or defending my ranking, but like I just don't care about that kind of stuff. I care about like the strategy, so that's what I'm focused on anyway. Okay, so we clearly can't Divine Gambit because who knows what's in that hand. They have 7 spells in hand and 3 lands in play. So Divine Gambit's not an option. So I think we can Gold Veil pick the Shieldmate and attack with that, and that plays around Veil. Or we can Gold Veil pick something else. I mean, we can't attack with 2-power creatures into a 3-3 anyway right now. So the question is, do we put the Gold Veil, pick words, pronunciation, letters? What are we even doing here? So I think ultimately we put the pick on the shield mate or something else, and then we attack with the shield mate and whatever's the pick is on or not. I do not have that read, but that's true. I told you we provoked the trolls. Kunio, how much did you pay R&D to make Provoke the Trolls? Tell the truth. You don't have to lie to us. That's not like, against the DCI rules or whatever. You're allowed to pay R&D to make Provoke the Trolls. So I'm just going to send this because if they do have Veil, I don't want to send like a 3-3 and let them Veil and eat it again. So, and like normally I wouldn't go this far to play around Veil with a beatdown deck, but they're stuck. They have 7 spells in hand. Like they're stuck on 3 mana and they have 7 spells in hand. So that just scares me. I don't know. Yeah, that's true. I guess if you were going to actually have them make a card Provoke the Trolls, it might have that name, but it would be way more like trolly. That card is kind of boring. I actually completely agree. All right, so next turn, we're looking at attacking into a 3-3, so we want to put this pick on something with 2 power, probably an Usher. And we could end up using a lot of mana with 2 boasts, so I think I got to play the land. Well, that's bigger than my team. Remember, though, we can let them eat 1 creature, potentially, because we'll make 2 1/1s. So, like, that's not the scariest. But they also have a 3-3, so... Like, if I attack with everything, it's 3-3 eats 2-3, 2-5 eats, like, 3-2. Maybe the 3-3 eats a 2-1 so that they shut off the 1-1 making sooner. So I end up with 5 creatures either way. But how much damage do I really even get in, right? Like, they block, like... 5, let's say. I mean, I can move this somewhere else so that if they want to kill an Usher, they have to take 1 more damage. But then I get in 6. And then I have the Divine Gambit. It's close, but just don't think I can Divine Gambit yet. This is the drawback of it, because, like, if this was Bound in Gold, I could slap down Binding Gold and have a great attack. So, like, to be clear, Bound in Gold is better than Divine Gambit. Divine Gambit's still a good card. Yeah, I know. I've been getting flooded every game. I mean, there's nothing I can do about that. But as far as the attacks, it's close. I mean, I can move the Goldvale pick over to the 1/1 token, attack with everything. They can eat the 2 Ushers, but they take 6, and I replace them with 2 1/1s, and they're at 7. Then it's 5 creatures to 2, but I don't know if I even have an attack after that. Doesn't seem great. I mean, would I sack these 2 Ushers to replace them with 1/1 tokens and deal 6 to the opponent? That's really the question we're asking. It's close. That's why I don't have a play. I think maybe I would, to be honest. Because if we get them lower, then maybe that Giant can kill them or the Flyers can kill them. So I think it's super close, but I think I like it. They have to stop the Swarm, so I figured they'd block the 2 Ushers. So I just wanted to pick like on one of these 3, so we got in 6 and not 5. And remember, I can't have the pick on one of the Ushers. That doesn't like make an Usher a better attacker, because they would just block that one with the 2/5. If I had 2 picks, then I could put them on both Ushers, and then if they wanted to kill the Ushers, they'd have to actually lose the 3/3. But with 1 pick, they would just block that Usher with the 2/5, the other Usher with the 3/3. So we would just be missing a damage. And we're not bluffing anything. They're going to block. If I have Warhorn Blast there, they're pretty much just dead. And one of the fundamental rules of Magic, if you can't beat a card, you play like it doesn't exist. What is the opponent really going to block differently because of a Warhorn Blast? I doubt it. Hey, 8 lands out of 15. All right. Looking good. I mean, we have good cards. You know, I could draw Rune Crown. That would be a nice draw. I could draw the 4-mana Shepherd Flyer. I could draw the 3/2 Flyer. I could draw the Quakebringer. Plenty of power in this deck for an aggro deck. We just don't have it. That's a good card. Speaking of good cards. Okay, it's decent. So we can start dealing 2 a turn, or we can attack with this. We can attack with it as a 6/5. So they'd have to lose 2 things, but they can afford to do that. They have 7 cards in hand. So I think we just play Quakebringer and pass. Yeah, I mean, if they have 5 elves, though, they can attack when this goes off next turn. I guess they can't alpha and then kill this Quakebringer, because then they would just die on the backswing, though. But that's going to be kind of rough. I mean, we'll see what they do this turn, and then next turn we can decide to Divine Gambit their biggest thing or whatever, but it's kind of a rough situation. Maybe I should have Divine... No, I can't. I can't Divine Gambit when they have 7,000 cards in hand. They would just end up putting things in play. So Magda can give us treasures to go get another equipment, like Rune Crown, which is good, but we currently have 1 treasure. Tapping this gives me a 2nd. That's pretty much it. This is not a good scenario. I can Divine Gambit the Saga. It's pretty bad, but I might have to do it rather than let them attack and fry my board now. I know, I probably have to. I don't want to, but I probably have to. I waited as long as I could. I mean, these are all elves. I could kill an elf. I've cast Divine Gambit probably about 50 times, and I think like maybe like once I've like really regretted it. Pretty much never, because again, if they put something good in play, they would have cast it anyway. It's really hard for it to backfire so that. Like if you kill a 6/6 and they put another 6/6 in play, it still killed a 6/6. But I don't know how we can really win this game. It's not looking good. I'm just gonna try and protect my one way to win. Yeah, if they don't have an answer for Quakebringer, that's our way to win. And yeah, they have 3 spells in hand. Maybe they're going to feed the Serpentant right now. It wouldn't shock me. But if they don't, that's our only way to win. And it is a realistic way to win. If they can't remove Quakebringer, we're probably going to win. I don't think they're going to kill me in 4 turns, and they can't gain life. So, I mean, I think that, like, our only way to win this game is basically Quakebringer living. Target creature gets +1 and must be blocked. That's fine. I mean, it's huge, but I don't have to block it with Quakebringer, so... And lifelink is shut off, so that's actually not a big deal. Right, they can't gain life. That's why I said it's not a big deal. I mean, look, it's good. It has trample. I'm going to take, like, 9 or whatever. But they're not going to gain life. I'll throw a 1/1 in front of it, and it is what it is. Do I want to try and kill that? No, I'm not going to lose all those creatures to deal with a 3/1. I can just block it next turn. It has to be blocked. Whatever, I'm just making my treasure so I don't forget, and that's all we can do. We take a hit. They don't gain life. It makes it more reasonable for them to be able to kill us, but see what's up. So they have 6 blockers. We can't attack with Quakebringer, so we can't possibly attack. We're just riding out our creature that's bigger than theirs. They don't have removal, hopefully. I mean, clearly they don't, because they would have already killed it. If they top deck Binding or Feed, then they're going to win, or whatever. But if Quakebringer lives, I don't see how they're going to win. They're not gaining life, and their attack into a 6/5 isn't going to be profitable, so... And then, of course, we would just swing back for lethal. Like I said, if they kill Quakebringer, I might just concede. We have basically no game. But if they can't remove Quakebringer, this is going to be hard for them. So they're at 4 on my upkeep. We have 7 creatures to their 3. They do have spells in hand, most likely at least 1. So let's assume they can drop a creature. So that means they have 4 creatures to my 7. So if I don't lose any creatures, that's lethal. Is it I'm not, like, I don't think they have pump or anything. Is it possible for me to lose no creatures? Only the 6/5 can block and not die, and I have to block at least 2 of these, or I die. So no, I can't lose no creatures. So unless I top deck something, I won't be able to swing back for lethal. So let's see what our best blocks are. I know they have this Boast creature, so I don't really want to kill the Shadow Sages. So let's say, like, something like that and that. But if we're not trying to swing back... Oh, wait, the Shield Mate. Oh, but that's gonna still reduce it by a damage. Oh, but I can move the Goldveil pick. So actually, if they only play one thing and they don't have a pump, I can swing back for lethal. If I put this here, this here. Now, I would literally lose the game to a Snakeskin Veil, but they're dead if they just play a creature, and then I untap, go to 4, and attack with all my stuff, right? They have to take a 2 and 3 1s. Or, sorry, 3 1s, but I mean, one of them's going to have 2 because I'm going to put the pick on it. Oh, Trample. Good call. And then if I'm going to kill that, they're going to get a 2/2. So that whole plan isn't going to work. So, in that case, we'll just do something like this. We won't assume we can kill them on the backswing, because with Trample, it would be too hard for me to block, I think. Like, I'm not... Maybe there was a block where I could try and kill them on the backswing, but whatever. I'm not dead. If they just play, like, a random little elf here, I'm in a winning position, I think. I mean, it's tight. Like, obviously, they're going to attack again next turn. We'll see what I draw. Not what we needed. 8-5. So now I think I am dead on board if they attack with everything. Can I attack? If I get an equipment, I can get the Rune Crown. And then I can draw a card. Maybe I find a blocker. I need 2 tapped dwarves. So it looks like I have to send, like, these 2, basically. I'm going to sack these to get an equipment, so I don't have mad excess mana. So they don't have anything that just eats them on tap. No, so I'm going to send these 2. I don't have a winning dragon or artifact. I can get an equipment that draws a card. That's pretty much the best I can do. It's pretty rough. I guess I should do this first so they don't accidentally mill that card, right? I think that actually keeps me alive. Now I can take this 4. So the fact that we drew a creature off of the equipment card draw with the rune, if they bricked, we're not necessarily dead. Can they get anything meaningful? Not really. We're actually not necessarily dead now. Now, we still have to kill them on the backswing. They can boast, get a creature, and play a blocker. But we can give haste to something, and our 6/5 is not going to die. So, let's see. We have no choice but to let the 3/2 menace and the 1/1 through to not be dead. So then if we block the other 4 creatures, we don't want to kill the 3/6s. So I think it's something like... I think that's our basically only choice. I mean, we could kill the 2... We could switch these or something, but that wouldn't, like, matter or make sense. Yeah, not equipping. I forgot to do that. It's a very small mistake, but it was a mistake. I just forgot to do it. I don't think it would change anything right now. Because I still would just chump this with the two small ones. Well, and they top deck demonic gifts for lethal. Yeah, but I mean, if I had a 3/3, I could block the 2/2 with it and live, so it would be slightly better, yeah. So I would have died to demonic gifts top deck either way. That was awesome, though. If they bricked that turn, we actually could have won pretty easily. They can get back and play one creature, but not two. And then they go to 2 on my upkeep, and the Rune Crown gives haste. So if I would have drawn a creature, we would have won. So if they just didn't draw demonic gifts, and then we drew a creature, we won that game on the next turn. So I think we did everything we could there, right? Maybe not draw 10,000 lands. They never played Snakeskin Veil. They didn't have one. But I stand by those plays. I mean, aside from arena time, knowing what they have in hand, which is valid. I'm not criticizing anybody who uses that information. I use it too, like in big tournaments and whatever. I'm just talking general strategy. Because obviously some of you play all arena, some of you play Magic Online, some of you play PTQ, some of you play in person, whatever. But, yeah, there's nothing wrong with using that information anyway. But that aside, I would not attack in a Snakeskin Veil when my opponent has 7 cards in hand and a green up, and the 2/2 getting the +1/+1 counter is actually huge. If you know they don't have it, of course, attack. Yeah, Quakebringer was awesome there, Skits. Definitely agreed. Okay, I'm going to attack because this creature, I think, has more upside than this one in this hand. And then if they block, I'm not going to boast. I'm just going to cast a 2/1. I want the creature in my yard because of the Valkyrs. Actually, I'm just going to cast a Valkyr right now. Just get a flyer going this early, right? Assuming they don't have removal. Put out a 3-power flyer on turn 2. Don't mind if I do. So now I need something to block that. I would have probably Rune Crown, but now I just have to Shield Mate because I need a profitable blocker for a lifelinker. Never try and race a lifelinker. Magic 101. They're unraceable. So, again, I think I just play Valkyr. I could play Rune Crown and Usher. If they have the counter, I don't really want to get the Rune Crown countered. I don't really want to get the Valkyr countered either, but I'm not going to just play Usher and pass here. So I think it's just attack with Valkyr and play Valkyr. I mean, they probably don't have a counter. They're probably going to just Behold end a turn, because, I mean, the counter's an uncommon and Behold's common. But you never know. So I don't want to get the Rune Crown countered. I don't want to not play things playing my aggro deck. Okay, so that's interesting. So they didn't do anything there. If they had a counter, they would have certainly used it. And if they had Behold, they would have certainly played it end of turn. So what does that make this card? Jarl, maybe? Like, what else can this be, right? It can't be the counter. Certainly they counter Valkyrie. It can't be Behold, because they would Behold end of turn. It could be the double sack. So that's definitely interesting. Okay, so let's play the Rune Crown, see what we draw. It's really cool equipment because it gets the rune and then you draw another card. So it's really good. I know we're just, Turbo Flood every game because, Arena hates me or whatever. But, like, this deck's good, and Rune Crown is excellent. So I guess the downside, if it is the double sack here, of making this trade, they get to kill a flyer. But I think it's worth it because, firstly, it's likely to be the double sack, but it doesn't have to be. Secondly, we have more stuff to play and give haste and hit for a bunch and make more things and whatever. So it's not really a bad turn cycle for me. Like, obviously, I hope this isn't the double sack, but if it is, I go Usher, equip, hit them for 5, make a 1/1, and pass back to them. So it's not exactly a bad turn cycle. Now, since they do have a blocker... Oh, I can play the Usher and attack with it, and then if they block, I boast. If they don't block, I play the Shieldmate. Do I have enough mana? I know I only have one white, but I have the pick to make a white. But it does cost 3, so... 1 to play... I have 6 mana, so 1, 3 is 4, 5, 6. But then I can't boast or play the Shieldmate. I'm 1 mana short. Yeah, well, I was thinking, like, I could play something... Like, I could play something and give it haste, and I'm probably still going to do that. Even though you don't want to race a lifelinker, we're at a point where we can race a lifelinker. So I think at this point, I just play Shieldmate and suit it up and attack, right? I counted the treasure. Boast is 2 mana. It was... I have 6. 1 to play this, 2 to play the pick, and 1 to equip is 4. 2 to equip the rune count is 6. I get the treasure, then I have 1 mana, so I'm 1 short of playing the Shieldmate post-combat. If they don't block and I get the treasure, I was still 1 short. I have no idea what this card is. Can you see somebody's Foretell card? Oh, okay, it's a Packmate that they splashed. Because I was like, it doesn't really make sense. Like, if it was the counter, they counter the flyer. If it was Behold, they cast it. If it was the Edict 2 creatures, they Edict the 2 flyers. Like, I was starting to get to the point where I'm like, if it was Jarl, they'd put it in play. Like, what are they expecting to kill something big? Like, they'd put their 3-2 in play to block or whatever. Like, I was starting to get to the point where I'm like, what could this card even be? You know what I mean? I told you this, like, day 1 of the format. Like, where I'm like, I have no idea what my opponents are going to Behold. I don't even know the cards in the set, or what they're going to Foretell, I mean. Now it's, like, week 3, and I've played a lot. I'm like, all right, I can think of all the common and uncommon Foretell cards. If it's some obscure rare, maybe I'm not thinking of it, but, like... You know, you can quickly eliminate things that just, like, you know, like I said, like, clearly it's not Behold. They would have played it end of turn when they had 2 open. Clearly it's not the counter. They would have countered a 3-2 flyer. So you get to the point where you're just like, I don't get it. And that explains it, obviously. It was a Packmate, which they didn't have green mana, so it was a splash that they couldn't cast. Yeah, the Mind Rat's Foretell. But, again, they've had 2 up multiple turns. They would have just cast it, right? There were turns where they just passed mana up they didn't use. So, basically, we could rule that out at a time, too. Foretell is a super sweet mechanic. A+. I love some of the mechanics they've come up with lately. Like, I would send a Christmas gift to whoever invented them. Like, the land spell modals, A+, Foretell, A+. These are just great new mechanics. It could have been bounce, but I kind of feel like there's a point there where they bounce a 4-mana 3-2 flyer. Like, I didn't even have another creature in my yard to, like, exile, and, like, they were just dying to them. Like, it felt like, basically, it could have been a bounce that 1 turn, but it felt like after I put the second 3-2 flyer out, it probably couldn't be a bounce. Well, of course, Cycling is A+. Zenith Flare is F-, but Cycling is A+. No, I think Snow is better. I think Aggro is perfectly draftable in this format, but I think Snow is better. I don't, like, favor this deck or something. So, even if we rune it, we still wouldn't attack. The reason to rune would be to get a card to make a land drop. There is some value in ruining it, because next turn if we play Cold, then we can attack, and if they block, we get the creature back. So I think we do want to rune, just to try and hit our land drops or whatever. Thanks, El Covito. Appreciate the 1 year of support. I hate New York, LA, and Boston. They're probably a sports fan. Those big cities with big markets tend to have a lot of spend and, you know, are desirable places to play, and they tend to win a lot of championships in sports. That would be my guess. So because of Cole's ability, we can certainly attack the Raider into the Shieldmate. Like, we don't care about losing the rune. The rune on the Raider is doing almost nothing. We only cast it because our options were pass or cast it, and we wanted to draw a card. This is crew 3. That said, is it really better to play Cole and attack, have them trade, and I get the Frenzied Raider back in hand, or just to use all my mana and play this and search out another rune? So I think this turn... Again, that's a fine trade, but I think this turn this is just a better play, clearly. Especially because we have Quakebringer, so if we draw a land, we can play like a 2-drop and foretell this, or maybe just, play a 2-drop and a rune, and then we'll count on drawing one more land. I do kind of want to put a creature in the yard, so I get this Valkyr out, maybe slap a rune on that. The runes are good. It always just depends. Like, it's true. So, for example, giving flying is probably the most powerful, but blue decks are really controlling, don't have a lot of small creatures, so they want runes the least. So, you have to really evaluate the runes in context, right? So now they can crew up the 4/4. I mean, I could bound and gold it. It's fine. I'm also not that scared that they're going to, like, double crew it and attack for 4. So, like, it might be fine to bound and gold it. It might be what we want to do. It might not. What are our options? If I put the rune here on the Runeforge champion, and then I attack with, and I play Cole, which I can't do unless I draw a red, though. But I can play the other rune even if I don't draw red. Because I really just want to dig up lands now with this hand. Yeah, I know it costs 1 colorless. I'm there. But if I tap I can pay a white for it and then play Cole. My fault. You're right. But I still need to get to 4 power. Or I can't attack into this. Raider's Carve. But I guess, yeah, I forgot I could play a color. That's not what I wanted to cast. I forgot since I could pay I was factoring in paying 1. I just thought I had to pay a red for a second for some reason. Chalk that up to my sinus infection. But, yeah, so rune on the Runeforge champion as nature intended it. And Richard Garfield intended it. And what are we going to do? Cole will pump the equipped creatures. And then we can attack. This only pumps equipped tokens, so we can't attack. So I think this is basically all we could do this turn, because we could Bound and Glory the Carve, but then we can't really attack into the shield mates without the Cole out. If we had drawn like another land, we could have put the second rune on the champion, but I didn't want to use 1 mana and put the second rune on the champion and not put the Cole in play, because then if they kill the Runeforge champion, all that just goes to the yard. Now, if they kill the Runeforge champion, I get it back, and then it can get the rune back out of the yard. These searches the graveyard too, right? Yeah. If they kill the Cole, they kill the Cole, but then they have to kill the Cole at least. So, like, I think this was the right sequence, even though I didn't explain it well and got to it in a roundabout way. Clearly no blocks. Even though we could chump and get this back in our hand, we wouldn't get the rune back, so we're not looking to do that. So now I got the rune crown. I won't get to search my library, but I can put the one for my hand and play on it, so it's not nothing. Probably want to bound and gold the Bergstrider. It can't crew vehicles, right? So we probably just want to take out their 4/4 here, I think. It's not a very exciting turn. I mean, I could send the Raider, trade, they get a 1/1, I get the Raider back, the rune goes to the yard, then I can pull it back out with the rune crown. So that's certainly an option. Hi, Smurglog. So yeah, I guess that's worth doing. Especially now that I have the rune crown, so it's basically just going to give me a free extra card and a rune. I still got to bound the Bergstrider this turn, I think, or I'm just taking too much. Because this is just a race they're winning at the moment. This is my life. I play 16 lands, I draw 10 a game. I play 15, I get stuck on 2. This is my life. Don't criticize WotC if you want good draws on Arena, right? Shuffler's not bad. Also, I'm joking. Arena's not rigged or tampered with. They can barely get it to work and have, like, basic functions like auto field, auto pass, auto yield, and, like, you know, invite friends to a draft pod and spectator mode and things that would be gas. I'm pretty sure they don't have programmed in give someone bad draws. Okay, we got to take that hit. Hopefully I don't have too much follow-up. I mean, my Runeforge champ's on tapping this turn, so I'm going to have plenty of ammo after that. I love, like, auto-yield to an effect. I don't understand why they didn't put that on Arena yet. Like, you know how, like, you'll have, like, a pinger that, like, goes to the player and, like, you'll just do it every turn and your opponent has to click OK every time, or you have to click OK every time when your opponent's doing it, and, like, you'll never respond to that effect. It's literally them just tapping their thing to deal 1 to you. Like, you just right-click on Magic Online, auto-yield, and then for the rest of the game, you don't have to click OK. It just auto-passes, auto-yield to an effect. I don't understand why that's not on Arena yet. It's just, it can't be that hard of a thing. I mean, I don't know programming, but... Alright, so we're at 12, so even if they play a creature that can crew and hit us for 8, that's not going to kill us. Now, obviously, we know they have something. This Foretell card could be deal 5 to a tapped creature. Could be a bounce spell. I'm not 100% what I want to do. I mean, I could play the Breakneck Berserker and swing for 8. It's definitely an option. I don't mind if I lose a creature, because that gives me the potential to play the Valkyr, and I can even end up putting the rune on it and hitting them for 4 in the air. The only reason I don't love something like Rune on Raider here to start is because they gotta have, like, this is something, I don't know what, but they could just, like, bounce it in response or something kind of devastating for me if I go for that line. Why not draw lands? I don't know. I think I just want to play the haste creature and attack. I don't know what they're gonna have, but I guess if they, like, have, like, Invoke the Divine, that's a blowout, but they have one spell that can be that. The Foretell cards don't kill enchantments, right? Oh, the bounce spell, they could bounce Bound in Gold to my hand. If that's the bounce spell and they see that line, I'm just dead, right? No, it's 8, not 12. They still have to have a creature. Alright, I'm just going to attack. I mean, if it's a 3-4 Angel, I'm in bad shape. But, I mean, I guess, like, again, they can eat one creature. It's not that big of a deal for me. Because if they eat one creature here, it's not actually even bad. Because then now I have a creature in the yard for this, and I can rune this. So now I have a 4 power haste flyer to play. So, like, if they had, like, you know, obviously the 3-4 Angel would be rough because then they'd still have a 3-4 Angel. But if they had an Iron Verdict or something like that, this wasn't bad at all. Yeah, but if they had, like, a bounce spell or something, they bounce the Usher in response, and then I don't get a card off the rune. And I use 1 less mana. So it's I think this is just the right line. I mean, yeah, I want a card, but... Again, we weren't like, well, they probably have lands, but maybe they have something. We were like, they definitely have something, right? Because they had a Foretold card. So now they have one card, probably a land, could be anything. They don't have a Foretold card. Let's just put them on a 2-turn clock and hold our blockers back, right? Because if they don't deal with this, they just die. So I want to have... Well, I guess I'm going to cast this rune with colorless, so that doesn't super matter. But I do want to red up for Frostbolt. Oh, and Usher, so I guess... Alright. So I guess I have to decide. I'd rather have Usher out than Frostbolt, so we want to leave a white up, I guess. For now, I'm just going to go for the 4 in the air. Because if they have nothing, it's a 2-turn clock. If they have something, I can reevaluate. I don't want to accidentally die with this much firepower in my hand. So if I go for like some kind of all-out attack or something, and they have the right combination of cards, maybe they end up untapping and aiding me. Let's make them deal with the 4-2 flyer. These attacks are super medium anyway into the 2-1s. And all their stuff is ground stuff, and we have 3 blockers, so... I mean, we're at no risk at dying, so now they have to have removal for the Valkyr or a flyer, or they're dead. And even if they do kill the Valkyr, as long as we can just block and we're not taking damage, Quakebringer kills them in 2 turns. What did the auto-tapper do wrong? I didn't get burnt last turn. White for Usher, colorless for Rune, white and red for Valkyr. Good stuff, Hickpa. Alright, so all three of our runes are in play. So I imagine this is just Quakebringer and pass. Again, they have to deal with it or they lose. I'm not worried about an attack back. What other options do I have? I mean, I could put the cavalry out first to give it haste, but the thing is, I just want this in play during my upkeep. It's not like it's not like when this attacks, it's like especially awesome. Like if I attacked with it now, they would just trade card for it. I know I can't give it haste right now, but I'm just saying, like theoretically, if I gave this haste and attack, they would just trade a 4/4 for it. So I think we just play it and pass. I think it's pretty clear. Don't know if they're going to be able to answer it or not. Blue-white doesn't have a lot of ways to do that. There are some. Let's make them do it. It's not like we're really under pressure. It's a pretty even board. See if they can answer the Quakebringer or not. An attack just doesn't really look profitable. I mean, they have a 4/4 to eat things. They have 2/1s to trade for 3/2s and get a 1/1. It just doesn't seem like where I really want to be. Quakebringer was, I think it was pick 1, but not pack 1 for sure. I think it was like pack 2 or pack 3. Might have been pick 2. I think it was pick 1, but it was definitely not pack 1. If it was pack 1, I would have considered Giants more in my seat. Because I got a Bergstrider and a Behold early, but then I didn't see much blue late, and I was tabling like red and white cards, so Boros was definitely the most open in the seat. But, basically you can't draft green in the seat I was in. Even if you love green, you just can't do it. Like, we saw no green. But, like, red, blue, and white, we could have crafted, like, any two of those three. And if I had Quakebringer in pack 1, I would have leaned harder into those Invasion of the Giants and tried to draft blue-red a little more. So they should be dead. Because this can't be crewed. Oh, no, this can be crewed by the 3/2. So, actually, they're not necessarily dead, right? Because if I shock the 3/2, they crew that. If I shock the 2/1, they get a 1/1, so... I think I just shocked the Doomscore Oracle anyway, though, because I don't want them to gain 2. Oh, no, they won't gain life because of Quakebringer's ability, so maybe I don't shock it then. So now we actually have to see, because now it's going to be close. So if I do shock the 3/2, and they crew the 4/4... I don't, unfortunately, have any more runes to go get, so this is just +1/+1. Doesn't feel like that gives me a great attack on the ground. I think I just sit behind Quakebringer. And there's not really any reason to kill this, I don't think, because with the Quakebringer out, if they go to kill the Quakebringer, I can always kill the Oracle. We can shock our own Valkyrie to get a rune. Does that give us a 5th attacker for lethal? Good call. I don't know if it does, but I don't think we have enough mana. So if we put the rune in the yard for 1, that leaves us 5. 3 to play this leaves us 2. Yeah, there's no way we can play the cavalry and equip. Good thinking, though. If we had, like, 8... We're nowhere near that, but if we had, like, 8 mana, that would be a way to produce a 5th 2-power attacker for lethal. No, that's good thinking. We can't do it with 6 mana, but if we had another 2 or 3 mana, we could kill our own creature, play the rune crown, get the rune on it, play the cavalry, equip, and attack for lethal, and they're tapped out. So it would be a good line. We can't do it, but it would be a good line if we had another 2-3 mana. The 3/2 can't gain life as long as the Quakebringer's in play. I mean, there's combinations of cards that can make it better to kill it now, but I think for the most part, we just can kill it, like, if they play 2 spells, or if their first spell targets Quakebringer, we can respond to that by killing the Oracle. And then even if they play a second spell, the Quakebringer's still in play. So, like, there's no way for this to really blow up, I don't think. Like, because, like, let's say they play a spell on Quakebringer, like a bounce spell. We respond by Frostbite on Oracle. Let's say they counter that Frostbite. The Quakebringer's in play, so they don't get the 2 life. And then if they play a third spell, that's not their second, so they don't get the 2 life. So I think there's almost no way for this to blow up. Alright, so I guess maybe they could have, like, a Wrath. Maybe I shouldn't have played that last Cavalry, huh? That might have been bad. I should have probably held these. Yeah, I mean, I didn't think it would matter, because, like, I was thinking I was going to end the game, but I probably shouldn't have played Cavalry and Rune Crown. I probably shouldn't even have played Cavalry. Anyways, though, Let's see. I mean, obviously our blocks are not a problem. We don't want to put Quakebringer in combat. I guess that actually if they had a Wrath, would they make this attack? Because, like, I can kill the Inga now and then they don't get cards. I mean, it could just be a desperation attack. But anyways, I don't want to block with Quakebringer, obviously. No reason to expose that. I don't want to give them cards off Inga. So I think all we really care about right now is something like not giving them cards off Inga and not leaving ourselves dead to like a Warhorn Blast or something. Obviously, if I take 2, who cares? So it looks like something like that. Alright, whatever. Yeah, I mean, the Double Strike Trick isn't lethal on a 2-1. Warhorn Blast isn't lethal on a 2-1. Obviously, we couldn't let 2 2-1s through, because then the Double Strike Trick and Warhorn Blast both become lethal. No one card was even close to lethal there. And if they had multiple cards, I still had Frostbite as potential backup. They made that attack just hoping I would kill Inga, and they would get to draw 3 cards to find answers for Quakebringer. Which is not wrong. I mean, it's never wrong to make a last-ditch effort rather than concede. But sometimes, like, you know, it's futile. But in this case, it's not like they were accidentally hoping I would take 8 with nothing and wasting our time. What they were hoping for was that I would put the 3-2 on Inga and then make some other blocks. And then when Inga died, they would draw 3 cards, and then they might find an answer. And that's not that unlikely to happen, right? That's the kind of mistake somebody could reasonably make. Whoa! I'm playing somebody strictly better than me. This doesn't happen very often. I mean, look, occasionally you play someone better than you, but this is just not even debatable. Look at that name. Nice name. They're Ben and I'm Ben S. They're the original. One of the things the pros like to talk about for fun, like when they're just sitting around, is like who's the best, like, of each name in Magic. You know, like the best Matt, the best Ben, the best Chris, etc. Who's the best read? Depends on what your favorite book is. Well, all time, obviously, LSV is the best, Luis. Who you drafting, who you fantasy drafting this year? Luis Salvato or Luis Scott Vargas? I don't know. I'd still take LSV. Hopefully he's not still around to hear that. Alright, no real decisions. 3-2 haste. I mean, it's not bad because it would be a decent trade, but I think we'd clearly rather put out a 2-3. Grab a rune that we can slap on the helm. We got a 5-4 for next turn. 2-3 blocks both their creatures. Thanks, BW. Thanks. Who's the best Matt? I don't know. Probably Sperling. He's got 3 top 8s. 3 Pro Tour top 8s. Is there a better Matt? So this makes treasures, then you get an equipment or Halvar. I only really like to play this card if I have really good stuff to search for. Like, I'll play this if I have, like, some rare equipment, you know, that's busted, or if I have the God Halvar. I don't usually play that just to search for, like, even a good uncommon one, you know, like the Dwarven Hammer. But, you know, it's not unthinkable if you have, like, Dwarven Hammer. Also, this makes 2 treasures, so if you're splashing, it's a free source for your splash color. But normally, if I'm, like, a 2-color white-red aggro deck, I only play this if I actually have Halvar or, like, some rare equipment. So we could certainly just cast Quakebringer. It's huge. If we're going to do that, we probably attack for 2. Certainly, I'm not worried about a double block. I don't think they would make it, but if they did, I would just trade for Clarion Spirit. What are our other options? Yeah, not great. I think we just want to put our 5-4 out. This isn't a matchup where we're worried about Quakebringer standing at the end or anything. They're an aggro deck, too. Can always win with flyers and equipment and so on. I don't know, it could be Ben. I mean, if we can get Ben Rubin out of retirement, he's another Hall of Famer with like 4 Pro Tour top 8s and a really good player. I don't know if there's a third Great Ben in Magic. Who's next? I don't know if there's even a third Luis at all. I mean, Salvado, Scott Vargas, that's a pretty good too. Benyu is pure gas. Don't know that he's an all-time great Magic player. I do love me some Benyu. And Bensek. Yeah, he is in Rivals League. If you're going to count the French spelling of Luis as well, then yeah, I guess that is a pretty sick squad, the 3 Luises. Literally, 2 are in Rivals for sure, and Salvado, I'm not sure if he's in Rivals or MPL. Definitely one of the 2. It's actually kind of sick. All right, so what are we doing? If they trade off with the Quakebringer, it has to be pretty good for me to make it, because it is dealing 2 a turn. I definitely, like, so I can't attack with, like, a 2 toughness creature because I can trade the 2/1 for it. That's a bad trade for me. But if I start equipping things and attacking, they're going to lose a lot if they want to kill it. And my ground blockers don't have to be that big. So I kind of think this is something like Helm the Quakebringer and attack with it. If they want to put 5 on it, I mean, cool. And, like, even that is kind of risky for them. Like, they don't know that I don't have, like, run amok to just destroy them. But ultimately, like, the 2 a turn is not, like, particularly important in this matchup. They're an aggro deck. And then I think we can then, play, like... This is going to cost 2. Do we want to play that now? Can we use our other mana? Not really. So I think probably just play Rune Crown, go get the other rune, and then put the Helm on the Rune Forge. Remember, just because something's broken rare, so to speak, doesn't mean it's bad to trade it off. This draws cards, 2 for 1 them, clear the way. And it cleared the way a lot more than it seems, because if they trade off these Clarion Spirits, I'll be really happy. These are really powerful cards, right? And I wasn't even sure they would make the block, because, of course, if I have, like, a run amok or something, they lose the game. Alright, so, all they have effective to block is 2 1/1 flyers. Yeah, I mean, I can Divine Gambit the equipment. I still don't want to do it, because they have 3 spells in hand. It's not the time for that yet, I don't think. I'd like to preserve my 3/2 flyer to stop their army of 1/1s if possible. I think this is a spot where I mostly just want to mash on the ground if I can. Haste plus flyer. It's not very exciting. Think I'm better off, like, ruining the Rune Crown, putting it somewhere, and just, like, going beat down on the ground. 2, 4, 6, 9, and they're going to gain 2, so they're at 19. If I'm attacking for 3, 6, like 9 potentially, might be able to lethal them next turn. I don't know. I'm going to cycle this on the Crown. Well, that's interesting. So now, if I get a trade on the ground, I can have 2 flyers. So now I'm more incentivized to play a flyer, because if they kill it, I have a backup flyer. This is super interesting. They have so much more stuff than me, but, I mean, if they don't have anything, like, I'm fine. I really don't know what I'm supposed to do right now. Why ruin the Helm? I don't know. You could, but I don't think it's a very exciting play. Oh, I roped. I need to cast something. Alright, whatever. It better give me a post-combat here. Thank you. Hey, we got a Hennep raid. Thank you for the 172-person raid, Hennep. I appreciate it. This has the potential to be a pretty tight one, depending on what they have. Double Foretell, that's unexpected. What do they have? I mean, if they have the deal 5 to a tapped creature, that's fine. That will let me double Valkyr. Okay, they don't have that, probably, because they just equipped. This is... I guess I just have to play a bunch of bodies. So I think I attack with the 4-3, and then just play Cavalry and Valkyr, or 2 Valkyrs and Cavalry, depending on whether they block. I can't really imagine I'm looking to do anything else this turn. I mean, I could certainly Divine Gambit now. They're down to 1 card. But I can take another hit for just 2. Oh, yeah, they probably have Warhorn Blast. That's true. Yeah, Warhorn Blast would be a big problem, potentially. Well, they couldn't have played it last turn, aside from just tapping 5 and casting it. And, well, no, I would have just been dead, though. They could have just attacked with everything and cast Warhorn Blast. So, I mean, it seems like it could be a Blast, but they also just had Lethal if they had Blast. So we can assume it's not that. I don't think we're really looking at haste here. I think I'm just going to attack with the 4-3. If they trade with the 3-3, I can play 3 creatures. If not, I can play both flyers. Try and stabilize the air, take 1 more hit for 2, wait 1 more turn on Divine Gambit. And then I can Divine Gambit like the equipment, probably. Like I said, this is a good one. It's a tight one. I can't imagine they have a Demon Bolt or a Deal 5. They didn't need to equip that helm that bad. Sure, Shepherd makes sense. That's an expensive card that they needed to foretell last turn. Also a reason to trade off Clarion Spirit. Well, I can kill the equipment with Divine Gambit. I mean, I'm not saying, like, I'm really stable or whatever, but, like... The way we want to try and win from here is to grind out a win by attacking with 1 equipped creature and them not having attacks. If we can get to that situation, that's good for us. Yeah, they have a lot of creatures. But, I mean, we're ignoring Warhorn Blast. Most of their creatures are pretty small. They have 4, 6, 8, 11 creatures. Let's say I Divine Gambit and play 1. I have 5, so 6 get through. I mean, that's only 6. And I'll eat a lot of things, possibly kill them on the backswing. So, I mean, we're clearly not in a position to attack. This looks like a good spot to use Divine Gambit. We either want to kill the Helm or the Shepherd. I mean, the Helm is better than the Shepherd, no question. Maybe the plan for now is to play the 2 creatures, not Gambit this turn, and put Helm on a flyer so I can trade that for Shepherd. And then I can Gambit Helm, like, next turn. It's probably right. I mean, this card is fantastic. If you didn't know, if you're White Weenie, this is one of the reasons to go into it. Like, Clarion Spirit is first pickable. This is just an awesome White Weenie card. The best tech with this, you play it on turn 2 if you don't have anything else to do. But ideally, you play it on turn 4, and you play it, and then you play a 2-mana spell right after and get a 1-1. And then even if they have removal, you net it a 1-1 flyer. And if they don't, then you just keep making more 1-1s. So that's a problem. I mean, obviously I can Gambit that, but then I don't have Gambit for Helm. Yeah, we would have been in a better spot if we didn't trade up our Giant. I agree. But at the time, it left them with some 1-1 flyers and Clarion Spirits. So what were they going to block with on the following turn? Because if they're blocking with Clarion Spirits or 1-1 flyers, I'm happy. Obviously, it didn't work out exactly like that, but I'm not psychic. Clearly, we have to block. If we take it, like, we're just going to get swarmed to death. Well, they probably already had this, right? Like, this would be the kind of, like... You can search for this with the Saga, right? Like, the back half isn't really a back half, right? It's just a split card. You can't? That doesn't even make any sense. Isn't this just a split card? Like, does this technically have a front and a back? I didn't know whether you can or can't. Like, if all of you are saying you can't, you probably can't. I don't understand why, though. Shows you what I know. This game's too complicated. Alright, so I can't let them have a recurring hammer, so now there's no decisions. We have to Divine Gambit that. I can't lose my flyer, so I guess I have to suit up that, even if it lets them swarm better. If they kill the flyer, the game's just over in the air. I mean, the game's already pretty much over in the air, but at the very least, I can, like, eat their flyer. I think it's just 9. They actually have 8 1/1s and the Helm Pig. Yeah, I'm dead. Yeah, the rules to this game are very complicated. Just because I've been playing for 26 years doesn't mean I know them. Give me time. Oh, right. Yeah, there would be no reason for it to say that because the back of Halvar's and equipment. Yeah, you're right, Juan SPC. Okay, we dead. I don't think with all the ammo they had that game was winnable. Like, they shepherd back the Clarion Spirit. That's what really snowballed it to too much. I agree it would have worked out better if I didn't send Quakebringer, but I think it was right to send Quakebringer at the time. I killed their only non-Clarion Spirit, non-1/1s, so it seemed like, you know, and I had a bunch of ground creatures that were going to be attacking after that, and obviously if they block with Clarion Spirit, I'm happy. If they block with Spirit tokens, I'm happy. So I think I played that game all right. I'm not saying I played it perfect, like I had a ton of close options. But at the end, I think, like, you know, when they shepherded back their Clarion Spirit and they had the hammer too, I mean, they just had more good stuff than me there. Yeah, that was a better deck than a 3-3, I would say. I mean, I did have some mana problems early. That was a good game. That wasn't any sort of problems. That was just, they just had better stuff than me, frankly. Alright, so, let's see. Righteous Valkyr's good, not broken. It's hard to trigger, but a 3-mana 2/4 flyer is already a good card, and if you ever gain like 2, 4, 6 life off of it, even if you never get to 27, it's still a good card. Still adding more value. Slays the Troll, probably better, but not worth it given gold, and this is one color. Ring you play in your snow control decks, but I don't think it's like an exciting card. It's just a fine playable. Behold, the second best common in the set, in my opinion, behind Packmate. So we don't really have to look at anything else. It's between Behold and Valkyr, I think, because this is the best gold card, and I think I would take Valkyr over it for sure. So do we think Behold is better or Valkyr's better? I think it's pretty close. I will say that white is very aggressive. I love decks like the one I just had. My draws were bad when I just went 3-3, and that deck was quite good. And Valkyr's fine in those decks, but it's not exciting. So I think I'm going to take Behold because White Weenie tends to be very aggressive. Look, you'll take a 3-mana 2/4 flyer with upside in any deck, but it's not like Righteous Valkyr is at its best in most of the white decks in this format, right? It doesn't overperform. You don't care that much about the toughness in the life gain if you're the aggro deck. I'm not saying they don't have value. Sometimes you play against other aggro decks. It's harder to deal with a 2/4 than a 2/2, but it just doesn't have a ton of value. So now, following up Behold, I think Basalt Ravager and Packmate are pretty close. Boreal Outrider's been kind of underwhelming. Obviously, it's a fine card. You're never cutting it from a green deck with Snowlands. But I'd moved down on this card a little bit. Hey, Pepperidge Farm. I remember the last time you gifted out 5 subs. Thanks for doing it again. I really appreciate it. So I think it's Packmate or Ravager, which I think are very close. I think you could justify either one. Green and red both go really well with blue because Giants and Snow are both excellent archetypes. Behold's a little better in Snow than Giants, but again, it's fine either way. That's kind of irrelevant. Ravager's more splashable. Packmate's probably a little better. I think I'll go with Packmate, but I think that's a super close pick. I would not begrudge anyone for taking Basalt Ravager there. Also, thank you, Bostrom, for subscribing right before Pepperidge Farm gifted the 5 subs. I do appreciate it. I don't know if we're rewarded with a struggle. There's 2 cards to consider in this pack. Crippling Fear and Struggle. So, I know Crippling Fear is double black, but Sultai Snow Control, this is just an awesome card in. That deck loves a sweeper. Like, you can cast double black cards. It can be hard in a 5-color Snow deck, but it's not hard at all in a 3-color one. I think there's just more upside in Crippling Fear. Struggle's just not that good, even. Like, Struggle's fine, obviously. It's second best green common, it's good removal, but I think, like, Crippling Fear can be way more game-winning if we end up Snow Control. Which does seem likely from this position. I mean, I'm definitely open to other things, but, you know, Crippling Fear wants to be in a control deck. Thanks, Swars. I just missed your sub. I apologize. I do appreciate it. Sometimes I get really focused on the play, and, you know how the rope will start ticking and everybody will start going nuts and I won't even see it? If I'm focused on something, like, I'm good at focusing. Like, there's nothing else. So, like, sometimes, you know, I appreciate every sub. If I miss you, I just didn't see it. Hey, babe.
Hey.
Rachel spotting. So I think if we're going to do Sultai Snow Control, and Priest is a good card.
I'm going to go since I'll just leave the door open.
Okay. Tarako says hi.
Oh, hi.
So, Morite is good, but I think it's a little overrated. I think I might just want Glittering Frost here. I mean, we could still just go blue-black, but I mean, if we're going to go Sultai Snow Control, we already have a double black card. We don't have snow lands. Glittering Frost really does that job well. It gives you, this card gives you double snow mana, like one snow land, you know, for the Priest, but the land, you always put this on like a non-snow forest, right? Or a non-snow land. And then it taps for 2 snow mana. So this gives you 2 snow mana out of 1 non-snow land. So it's pretty effective. Alright, if we're going to do like a Sultai Snow Control deck, Ice-Hide Troll is going to be fine, like auto-include, but I think Port offers us more. Getting value out of the lands is really good in this format. You want to have a lot of cheap cards in these high-impact formats because you really don't want to get overrun or overwhelmed. And then when you can get value out of your land slots, it's huge in the late game. This is tough. We want Veil and we want Elder Hall. These are both just awesome cards for a Sultai Snow Control deck. It's tough. We want them both really badly. I mean, I know we just got Port. I don't think it's a clear Veil if we're looking to play 3 colors. I mean, we already have a Glittering Frost. There's plenty of time to pick up Snow Duels. I mean, Veil, if the draft was going to end right now, is probably better. But, I mean, we have a lot of time. This is like upgrading a Forest into a late-game win con. I think it's super close. I'm going to take the Veil so y'all don't tilt off at me. But I'm not confident that Veil is the right pick there. I think that's a very close pick. There's a lot of value in your on-colored lands like that one, especially that one for a control deck. Good luck to any aggro deck swarming you if you kill one of their creatures and make 2 more with a land. I think it's a very close pick. I don't think it's bad if you wanted to take Veil. I think it's just super close, frankly. I do need Snowlands, but I do have... Snow seems pretty open, and I have, 2.5 packs left. And I have Glittering Frost, so... I mean, I agree I need Snowlands, but... So here, I think, in case we splash red, we have the Veil, we have the Glittering Frost, we want to grab the Mire. Now it's Swamp or Troll. Again, Troll's fine. It's a solid drop, but I think it's a better chance to just pick up a Snowland. While it's not over anything great, I don't think these cards matter. I would never splash Provoke the Trolls. Pick you usually aren't going to use in your snow decks, but if you end up with like enough cheap creatures, it's still a good card. Stroke and Skull Raid are both playable, but unexciting, so I think we just pick. Pick the pick. A pun LSV would be proud of. I don't know, neither of these cards are good, but we look pretty heavy black. If anything, blue is a splash at this point. This land is double black, but holds single blue, so... We're looking at, like, more of a green-black base, I would say. Which is good, because we have Priest, which is a good black 2-drop for Snow Control, Crippling Fear, which is double black. I mean, most likely our mana will just end up, like, 9-8-8 or something if we play 3-color Sultai, because Snow has access to a lot of fixing. But it does look like we're more of a green-black splash blue. So, there's a lot of cards in this pack I'm interested in. Svel is excellent, and we already have Sulphurous Mire and Shimmerdrift Veil and Glittering Frost, so we could always do a very light red splash. That's definitely on the table. Path is excellent too. We can stick 1 Snow Plains in our deck. Frost can produce white. Veil can produce white. Whatever. Rimewood Falls, just a perfect mana-fixing snow duel for, snow. I don't think I would consider Rise. This card's fine. Like, if you're a black creature deck, it's really good. And I would play it if I table it or something. But I think all these actual snow cards are just better for me. Similarly, Struggle, I think, is like, I'm never cutting a Struggle, but I don't think it's going to perform its best in a deck like this. I kind of feel like I want Svella. I think Svella's pretty awesome, and it helps fix and give us extra mana, which our deck's really controlling. This draws a lot of cards, this draws a card. I think Svella's probably offering us the most. Plus, we already picked up that red-black duel, so it's pretty free. Alright, well, now it's Veil or Blizzard Brawl. I think it's Veil. This pick's fairly close, but we're already up to 4 colors. Seems like a good opportunity to take a Veil over a Fight spell. So now it's Sculptor or Frost. Or Shepherd, I guess. Single white. But what can we can get back Priest with it. That's actually kind of good, especially if we get more Priests. I mean, probably, I would certainly play Shepherd on the single white in this deck, but I certainly can't take it over Sculptor, I don't think, or Frost. Yeah, I think we want to lock up a good 2-drop. Frost are probably easier to get, and we already have one. Sculptor and Frost are like the kind of things you want to balance of, because Sculptoring your Frosted land is like pretty busted. So if you already have a Frost, probably go with the Sculptor. If you already have a Sculptor, probably go with the Frost. Try and strike the balance. So I think this is just Helm. Even if we're snow controlled, this is the kind of equipment we do want. Just a powerful late game card. Tree line's fine, but I mean, we're not even white yet. And this is just a powerful late game card. This isn't the kind of equipment that's like great with little creatures. This is just a 4/4 menace with a bunch of upside. Like, Helm is just an awesome card. Would love to get Bergstrider, but not over Binding. Binding is just good unconditional removal that then gives you a land. Kind of disappointed that it's in the same pack with a Bergstrider, but I think it's a pretty clear choice. Alright, well, now I feel less bad, huh? We can pick up Elder Hall now that it's just over a Snow Swamp, and we're doing fine on Snowlands. 2, 3, 4, 5. Plus Frost. We want more, but that's enough. Now we can definitely take Elder Hall over basic Swamp. So, Frost Auger's fine. It won't be that great off a splash. We'll have to see how many blue sources we end up with. But if we don't take it, what are we taking, right? There's like nothing else, so just grab that. No, 5. I have 2 Veils. 2, 3... Oh, no, 4. You're right. Glittering Frost does make 5, though. But, yes, you're right. 4 Snowlands plus Glittering Frost. Jarl, no. I think we... Oh, last pick. Well, I think this pick is either Struggle or Island. I think it's pretty close. We don't have that much removal. And like I said, we have 4 Snowlands and Frost. I mean, I want more, but Snowlands seem pretty open. I don't need, like, a ton more. It's not like you get a reward for having all Snowlands. I just need to draw, like, 1 or 2 per game so that I can have stuff to untap with Sculptor and Priest away something. Actually, maybe Inga's better for a control deck with a sweeper. Inga into sweeper is pretty busted. I mean, Horizon Seeker would be good, but we're not really hurting for fixing. Like, this gives you mana of any color. This makes mana-less of any color. This scries 3, this scries 2 and draws 2. 2 Snow Evolving Wilds, as LSV calls them. So I think we can afford to take Inga there. Think there's next to no shot we're going to play any of these cards. I guess maybe this is the most likely. Yeah, but I can, as long as I name a type that will result in Inga dying, which is anything but human or wizard, right? The one that doesn't die, I can kill all their creatures and my Inga and draw 3 cards. Veil, we're not going to play Planning. We're probably not going to play Veil, but maybe. So, Snow Plains is not a snowland that really interests us. At this point, we don't have any white cards, and we're probably not going to get any. I mean, you never know, but we're not looking for any. But this pack actually just really sucks for us. Actually, though, the card I want the most of this pack is probably Bound in Gold. I think Wither Crown is bad if you're trying to attack, because it doesn't remove the creature. But since it turns it to 0 power, for a control deck, I'm pretty happy to play a Wither Crown in my deck. I just slap it on whatever ground creature, or fly or whatever, just any non-utility creature, and then it has 0 power, and it's no longer a threat. I don't think we're going to stick it off-color planes in this deck unless we get a Path to the World Tree or something like that. I might take Bounding Gold, but otherwise it's like Kin Seekers. I don't know. This pack is horrible for me. Whatever. See if we end up putting Bound in the deck or not. So now it's Rimewood Falls or Narfi. They're both just... This is like the best Snowland other than Veil for me, and this is, you know, a really good snow card. This pumps snow creatures and zombies. What do we have? Augur, Priest, Sculptor, Zombie and Snow, Snow. Wow, this pumps a lot of the cards in our deck. Raven Form just sucks. I only like that card a lot. Like, I might play one in this deck because I have a sweeper, but, like, I only like it if you have, like, the Foretell deck and you're, like, drawing cards when you cast it or whatever. It's just not a good card. Yeah, I think we should go with Falls here. There's a better chance we'll table Narfi, I think, and I've been passing on some good Snowlands. I think it's time to grab another one. Now it's a Bergstrider. I guess Fall of the Imposter and Bound would be a good 5th color splash. And if there wasn't like a Bergstrider in this pack, I'd consider Fall. But we don't need to go into a 5th color when there's cards as good as Bergstrider, right? Bergstrider's excellent. So now we can get what? A red-green duel, a Port, or a Bergstrider. Granted, I would gladly have a third. We do already have 2 of these, so like I'm not that worried about having something to do with my mana now on turn 6 or 7. Looks like a good opportunity to take a red-green duel. Got a let's just go with another Bergstrider. Bergstriders are busted, and they're good in multiples, too. So, of course, the good gold cards are white. I mean, I could grab the Sinkhole, maybe play the Bounding Gold. I can't splash a double white card. Vega's not, like, a great splash. I mean, it's a great card, but I don't think any of these are necessarily going to make my deck. But I do have Bounding Gold, so I think we pick up the white-black land. Might just want another Inga. 3 Seasons isn't great, but we actually are really heavy snow. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 cards to get back with it. I think this is just between Inga and 3 Seasons. I think Inga's just going to be better. Why do we need a Spirit? Okay. Bergstrider again. I mean, take as many of these as they want to give me. I guess nobody got the memo that this is one of the top commons. Now it's Island over almost nothing. Cool. Alright, now maybe we can take one Raven form, which we may or may not play. I mean, I'm not going to need this Yeti. We already have 2 Ingas. We're not going to want generic 4-drop. Hey! Narfi tabled. Once in a while, you actually run hot. Good stuff. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's 20 playables that are currently in. So we still need a couple more. I mean, I have stuff on my board. Given we have the 2 Veils and the Bounding Gold, I mean, I could easily the 2 Veils and the white-black Snow Duel. I could easily play Bounding Gold if I want to. Skull Raid's fine. Raven form, not good, but fine. This land is actually fine. Remember, even though white, we're not really white, this is single white to crack. So you only have to have one other white, double blue. So we'll probably end up doing that. Maybe I'll play like 18 lands, because we do have 3 lands now. You say a word, and I pronounce it, MTG Rojo. Don't post curse words from non-English, though. It has to be an English word. Or like a magic name. I took like the Rimewood Falls over the Narfi the first time, I think. I think it was a close pick. Narfi's excellent, but we also have a bunch of late game already and, you know, pretty intense mana requirements in this deck. That's not an English word. Or a magic word. Valkyrie? I have no idea how to say that word. Is it all right? I'll go with Valkyrie. What do you got for me, Arigato? What do you got for me? All right, so Ingas are really good for a control deck too. You know, we got the Scry. This combo is pretty ridiculous, right? Just name anything but human or wizard, kill like 2 or 3 of their things in my Inga, draw 3 cards. The Wither Crowns are actually good. They're removal for a control deck. They're not good removal for an aggro deck, because if you slap it on their creature, they just have, like, you know, an 0-4 blocker. But if they're going to play creatures to attack me, I can just Wither Crown them. So that's all fine. We didn't end up with a lot of cheap creatures that can attack or anything, which is fine, but I don't think we want pick. Actually, well, the late additions are good cards for our deck, like the Struggle and the Wither Crown we got late. This might just be correct. The first cards out are like a Raven form. Now, I see a bunch of people doing the pronunciation now. Come on, fire away real quick so I can get back to building. Zealot? You're going to have to do better than that. I can pronounce Zealot. Pecan? You just want to see which way I say it, right? I know there's a debate on pecan or pecan. I say pecan. Oh my, that is a real word. 40 is greater than 60. Sesquipedalian? Y'all are enjoying this way too much. Over? I don't know. Ovra? That sounds French to me, Kribos. To my knowledge, I don't have dyslexia. That's where you read everything backwards, right? I'm not reading everything backwards. Norwich? Hello, maybe? I don't know. Boggle? That's a nice name for a town. Thank you, WTY Bear. Appreciate the subscription. I don't have general problems with reading. I read fine. I suck at pronouncing things because I just don't, learn all the pronunciations or really care, but... Alright, y'all, that's too many pronunciations at once. Come on. So what do you want to do? Thought Thief? Yeah, that's playable. Snakeskin's alright. What does it protect? Svella, that's a good thing to protect. Sculptor, nah. Yeah, we don't have much to protect. I mean, it's okay with a Bergstrider. Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce that word. Lee... Okay, I will do that one. Let me think. Ignominious. Yeah, that's a hard one. Leicester? Leicester? Well, that's not phonetic at all, the way it's pronounced versus the way it's spelled. I guess it's like that city in Boston where they hold every Grand Prix and they call it Boston, but it's really it's spelt like Worcester or something, or Worcester, but it's not pronounced that way. It's pronounced like Worcester or something like that. Okay, so yeah, this could be right. Snakeskin Veil could be a cut. I mean, we could add a Thought Thief so we don't get run over. That's true. We do have Foretell, also some ramp. So, remember, if we play this on turn 3, then we can play a 5-drop on turn 4. If we play this on turn 2, we can play a 4-drop on turn 3. I don't think it's out of question. Oh, I didn't know that, Gimpers. That's a good idea. Arkansas. Arkansas. Yeah, Arkansas. I know how that's pronounced. Oh, I know, Rogue. They've held a lot of Grand Prix there, and we've had, fly into Boston and then, rent a car or whatever to get to Worcester or whatever. I don't have a problem with them not running the Grand Prix in a big city, but don't false advertise. Call it Grand Prix Worcester, not Grand Prix Boston. It's not a suburb. It's an hour and a half away or whatever. Okay, Worcester. Alright, what are we doing? Alright, I'll cut the Veil for a 3-drop because we're lacking a little bit. I think that's about it. This deck looks pretty good. Let's do the mana, of course. So we're not going to need more than one mountain. I don't even know if we're going to play a basic mountain because we don't have any ways to search for a basic. So how many red sources do we have without putting a mountain in the deck? We have 1 Glittering Frost and then 2, 3, 4... So we don't need a mountain. Maybe we'll add one if, we feel like we have enough of everything else. Same thing with plains. And actually we have one extra. No, we have the same number because we don't have any white duels, but we have this gates. So we don't need a mountain or plains. So if we feel like we have enough blue, green, and black, then maybe we'll get to play a mountain or a plains. But if not, then we don't need them. 4 sources for 1 card is enough, and these are not like these don't have to be early game cards by any stretch. We want to have, let's see, we have 1 green fixer, so 8 would be okay, 9 would be like ideal. Blue is relatively light, but, you know, not Ingas don't foretell, and they do fix. They let us look at a lot of cards to find mana. We really need a good amount of blue, green, and black. Like, I'd like to have, ideally, in this deck, like 8 green, 8 blue, 8 black. So let's see how we do on that. I count Glittering Frost as a blue and a black, but not a green, because you have to have a green to cast it. So minimum, I would say 8 green. 2, 3, 4, 8. Okay, thanks for getting that one right, Arena. 8 black, but counting the Glittering Frost, so 7 in lands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. So we want like 1 more black. And 8 blue. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 in the Frost, so 1 more blue. So how many lands is that? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 12, 14, 15, 16, 18. So we could cut a land. I mean, it's not like we could have 7 blue. That's fine. I'm just saying I don't want to go below 8 green. So yeah, I think it would be a blue if we're going to lose 1. 8 green, 8 black, 7 blue. Looks fine. Rooster draft. Yeah, we could have played 18 lands, but it's better to have something to do early, I think, so we don't get run over. Throwing that 3-2 in front of some opponent's pack mate or red-white aggro creature could win us a game. Thanks for the 1 year of subscription, Keppel. Really appreciate the support. The worst I ever saw was in Florida, actually. Not near where I live. Like, Florida's a big state for anybody who doesn't know. But, like, there's a place, Tampa. It's about 4 hours from Miami, where I live. I don't actually live in Miami, but whatever. Miami's the closest big city to where I live that most of you have probably heard of. And Tampa's about another city about 4 hours away. Anyways, they held a Grand Prix. Do I have that many decent ways to accrue it, Cuneo? They held a Grand Prix that they called Grand Prix Tampa in this city, Palmetto, that's like an hour from Tampa in the middle of nowhere. I mean, it was just like, it's like the smallest town. Like, there's just like nothing there. There's like a few hotels and like this tiny, like, I don't even think you can call it a convention center. That one was just like brutal. I mean, I think Carve would in theory be a good card in a deck like this. I guess I have the 4 drops to crew it. Yeah, I guess normally you don't have the creatures to crew it, really, but I guess I'm playing Grimdraugr and I got 2 Ingas randomly. I guess I do have a decent number of ways to crew it. We'll take a look again after this game. I mean, again, I agree it's a good card in a deck like this. I usually just don't, you usually don't have the creatures to crew it in Snow Control, but we actually might for once. So I'll take a quick look after this game. I mean, having 3 solid 3-power 4 drops to crew it, I mean, I might draw 1, it might die, I might crew it once, I might, I'm not saying, like, if it was crew 1, or if it, like, was a similar card, a little smaller, didn't need to be crewed, certainly a card like that would be good in this deck. I don't have a very high creature count. Like, I've got late game, I've got those crowns. Bergstriders, I guess you can play it and tap something and crew it, but then next turn, you certainly don't want to tap a 4-4 to crew another 4-4. I'm not saying you never will, I'm just saying that's not good value. But it's pretty reasonable to crew it on curve with Inga, so I'll take a look again. And yeah, we did stick the Thought Thief in, although the Thought Thief was the last inclusion, so I don't know what we're going to cut. But we'll see if we have 1 or 2 weak cards. We can put in the Carve and another Thought Thief, potentially, or something. Hey, we got a big raid from MTG Goldfish. Love the website. I'm sure everybody here is familiar with it, especially if you play any Constructed. Thank you, MTG Goldfish, for the big raid. Really appreciate the support. So we have no Snowlands, so we can't do anything with Priest, not that we need to. Could Crippling Fair, if I mean, killing these 2 isn't bad. I definitely don't want to Binding them, take them off their mana producer, but we might get more value if we wait. Although a blue-green ramp deck can do some things that have more than 3. I don't want to be greedy. I think I'm just going to name Zombie and kill their 2 creatures and none of mine. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily kill just those 2 in the late game, but a ramp creature this early is pretty valuable. I also have Binding to kill their, like, good thing, and then Bound later to kill the next good thing. So, I mean, against a blue-green deck, I think we're pretty happy to take them off of Mana Producer and a 4-2 this early. I'm too scared. I'm sorry playing for Platinum. I can't do it. Oh, still no Snowlands. Still nothing to Binding, but alright, we're not really under pressure. It's a weird game. Oh, Crippling Fear is ridiculous. You've probably heard this talked about a lot by this time, but a lot of the creatures in this format are really small. It's why the big creatures tend to dominate boards so much. And the magic number is actually like 3-3. Like, most of the creatures are 3-3 or smaller. So, Crippling Fear often kills 2, 3, 4 of their things and nothing of yours. Like, it is a really good card. So, the only reason to not cast this Behold would be because I really want it to resolve. I mean, they haven't done a lot. They could have a Disdainful Stroke or the hard counter. I'm probably not going to play anything off of it. I mean, I have tap lands and stuff, but I'm under no hurry. I'm in no hurry. I'm under no pressure. I think I'm just going to chill because I do want to try and resolve it since I have so little ammo. And this is the exact kind of spot I'm not going to foretell because that would just tell them I have something to play and make them more inclined to leave counter magic up. I'm going to play the Behold whether they tap their mana this turn or not. But I'm going to give them the opportunity to cast something in Behold end of their turn. Since, like, most likely, you know, I wouldn't have drawn anything important to do with 2 mana. And, you know, maybe they'll tap out if they have a good drop to play. If they have the counter, good beats. But I don't think there's a need to Behold and Telegraph that foretell and Telegraph that I have it, and I can't hold it forever, so. Now we can Binding the Svella for sure. That's a good target. I'm chilling with the Grimdraugr because the Packmate can't effectively attack or block right now since I have the Priest to block it. But if I attack with the Draugr, I give them a trade. As soon as I draw 1 Snowland, which I have like 8 of or something, then the Packmate can't block the Draugr. So there's no reason for me to trade my creature, which might be useful, for their creature, which would not be. Unless, of course, they're going to play Morite and copy it. In which case, there'd be great reason to trade it, but what do I know? Oh yeah, I thought it was going to get countered. But, I mean, especially once they played Svella, it was a no-brainer to play it, because I wanted to Binding Svella more than I even wanted Behold to resolve. So once they played Svella, it was 100% locked in to cast Behold end of turn. Okay, so if I Wither Crown this, it keeps the counters, so it'll be, what, 2 power? So I can block it. So that seems fine. Otherwise, there's a 5/5 I can't really deal with on board at the moment. Oh, they do also have Mirror Lake. Yeah, maybe I should have attacked. I mean, what I said was right on the surface, and Morite was in their hand. The Mirror Lake was in play, so maybe I should have attacked, but that's going to copy something at some point. They're under no pressure, right? Thank you, Azrith. Appreciate the 20 months of support. You know, like, I could have took them off copying this if they traded now, but, like, they'd be taking 0 a turn if they traded with Grimdraugr, so they're going to copy something later anyway. Probably roughly as good as a Packmate. Mirror Laking the Morite doesn't work, right? It's legendary. If they Mirror Lake the Morite, I mean, look, they can sack the Wither Crown one and they'll get another 4/4 or whatever, but I don't think that works well. I don't think Augur up as a blocker is changing anything, so I'm going to Augur now, see if we get anything we want to do. Cool. That's something we want to do. Even if I give this Menace, they could double block. That doesn't really seem good. I think we just let them take 1 a turn and chill. Keep using our Augur. Actually, I could trade it for the 2... No, that's not good. We'll just let them take their 1 a turn. Because if I draw 1 more Snowland, I can Priest away this 3/3, and then they can't block the Menace creature. And I have the Augur out, and I have a lot of Snowlands, so, like... And Glimmering Frost or whatever. Glittering Frost. So, yeah, we just chill. Death Touch. How do I give it Death Touch? What am I missing? I don't see any Death Touch. Oh, this turn, because it had Saga, I would have gotten to kill both. Hit the punt counter. I forgot about the Death Touch from the binding. I should, if that was this turn, I should have attacked the Draugr then. If I could trade it for both, I would have been happy with that. The Saga went off this literal turn, not like the turn before. The final one. Alright, so what are they going to get back? Svelin, Morite? Oh, that's pretty nice. Those are some nice snow permanents. I mean, I can't do anything about that. I can attack with the 4-3. If I give this, I can pump this twice and trade it for 2 pack mates. So if I pump it once, I can then attack with it. I think I want to augur more than I want to do any of that. Do I want to augur me or them? I can augur myself with Frost Augur, and if it's a basic, then I can Thought Thief myself and get rid of it. If it's a snow card, then I get it in my hand. And then I can, like, I guess lands aren't horrible for them. Lands are pretty horrible for me, so I think I want to be Thought Thiefing myself. So I think I augur myself to start. And then if it's like a basic, I can Thought Thief. If not, I can just hold Thought Thief or something. Yeah, that works out nicely. Now, I want to hold this Bergstrider, I think, for a turn or two, because I might use it to slow down Svella, at least. So, I think I'm just going to attack with the Narfi. Not sure. I mean, I only have one more Snowland, so I can't profitably attack with this, because they'll just double block and only lose one. Narfi's definitely going to attack, because if they trade with it, I'm one Snowland away from getting it back. I mean, they can shuffle it back in, I guess, but... Why not Berg and then attack with Menace? Well, I'd have to use my last Snowland. I couldn't even give this Menace for starters. And then even if I tapped one and gave it Menace, they'd still have 2 blockers. This doesn't seem like a good turn to use Bergstrider. I think I'm much more inclined... They're going to get back Svella on their next turn and probably play it. And I just want to tap it down to take them off Svella for a turn while I'm waiting to draw a white source for Bound and Gold. The only question is whether to send Narfi. But I normally would, but I don't think I'm gonna because of 3 seasons. I don't want them to shuffle Narfi back into my deck. So I think I'm just gonna chill. I know I have a lot to do and I'm not doing it, but I'm not really scared of those pack mates right now. I want to Bergstrider the Svella, and I don't want the Narfi to trade until after 3 seasons is gone. I'm not worried about trading this off before I have a 3rd Snowland. There's like 5 or 6 in there, and I'm Frost Auguring. But if I trade it off this turn and I don't draw the Snowland to get it back next turn, then they get to shuffle it back into my library, and I don't want that. I didn't play the Thought Thief because it has the ability to remove a basic from my deck when I know there's a basic on top because of Frost Augur. So I'm going to Frost Augur, and if I get a snow card, great. If I see like Basic Forest, Swamp Island, whatever, then I can Thought Thief it into the graveyard. They might win on power level. They have a lot going. But, like, I can always play these in, like, next turn. I'm at 20. I can block, like, 1 or 2 of their creatures. Like, I'm not worried about them, like, killing something and attacking the 3 pack mates, and then I block 1 and go to 14. So, like, now let's start with this. Don't want to miss turns of drawing extra cards if possible. No help. So we can pack mate that up. Wither Crown doesn't take away activated abilities, though, so it's not going to deal with Svella. So for right now we want to Bergstrider that Svella. Like I said, give us more time to find the white source. Just foretell this. So now that the 3 seasons goes off, we can trade off Narfi because it'll stay in our graveyard, and then we're only 1 Snowland away from bringing it back. I didn't want to trade Narfi over the previous 2 turns because it was going to get shuffled in by the 3 seasons. I don't have that many, but it's getting rid of a dead draw when I do, and I don't think the 3-2 body in play is changing anything, really. Like, I don't know why you just want to put a 3-2 in play so bad. The most value we can get off this is if I mill and land, and I know with Frost Augur at some point there's going to be a land on top. I don't think I have many, but I mean, I have a 23-card deck, and there's certainly some basics left. You can look at it on with the on-tap thing. I've got like 2 basic forests, 2 basic islands, so that's 4 cards that are pretty much dead that I can mill. We missed the one attack when this would have had Death Touch and traded with both. That's the only good attack I think I missed. That was a punt. I even instructed hit the punt counter, you're right. I forgot it had Death Touch. If it didn't have Death Touch, it wouldn't have been a good attack. I just completely forgot that. Fully acknowledged. But past that, I don't know what else I missed. The Narfi attacks would have been bad. It would have traded with 1/3/3 Packmate. I couldn't bring it back, and they would have shuffled it back in with 3 seasons. Alright, so we can stack things and then hit them. I guess first, the most important thing here is dealing with Svella. So how do we maximize our chances to do that? Glittering Frost might be the only on-tap white source, so we might only have one of those. I do probably have another removal or two. Not a lot, but I mean, I have a Struggle, and more Bergstriders. Those cost a lot of mana, though. So I think with Packmate only being 2, let's start there and see what we get. Oh yeah, Priest, but I still need 2 more Snowlands, so that's not... We can't do that now, and it's not going to be easy. Okay, so that buys us more time. So now let's just Frost Augur and Bergstrider and, you know, buy another turn. Well, now we can just do that. We still have enough mana, right? Yep. Let's just Frost up a Forest, and then we can Bound and Gold Svella. I'm not saying this is just going to work. They have 1,000 cards in hand. Who knows what they're going to have. But all we can do is, you know, try and stop this. And if they activate it once, it doesn't win the game. If they activate it turn after turn, we're going to lose. But what did I do now? Oh, no, somebody just hit punt count to see the punts. I was like, I don't think I punted. I think I actually sequenced this turn correctly with a lot of options. So I would gladly trade 5/5s to help clear the way for Narfi. I can't trade 5/5 for 5/5 because they'll just double block. I can attack with Narfi if they block, then I can Priest it, but I think I'm better off doing that on a later turn. My Snowlands are pretty tied up right now, Frost Auguring, and yeah, they might make a copy of Svella, and then we're going to have to deal with that too, but there's no way around that. I mean, you know, what am I going to do? Like, I could kill a 5/5 Packmate, that's not serving me better than killing Svella, I don't think. Like, but I'm well aware they have these 2 Mirror Lakes in play. I mean, decking them might be our path to victory. But either way, we want to slow down them getting extra cards, right? The later they get the extra cards, the less valuable they are. Alright, so we have 2, 4, 6, 9 mana to work with. Can we attack? I mean, I could tap down the 5/5, and then the Narfi has a profitable attack. The Bergstrider doesn't. I mean, I can play this 4th Snowland now and take out the Svella, so that's good. Past that, though, I think I just want to be drawing extra cards, but not more where I deck before them. They're at 15 and I'm at 19. So let's just Frost Augur, and then I'll Inga, and I'll Priest away their thing. So, yeah, so we got to play the 4th Snowland. Now 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's get rid of Svella before they can start activating that. If that goes successfully, I think I can just tap the 5/5 and then attack with like Narfi for basically a free attack. I'm going to send a Packmate as well, because trading Packmates I think benefits me. I can't send 5/5 because they'll just double block it, but if I clear out 3/3s, I might get to the point where I can. So I think I send these 2. At this point, with decking them being a real thing, and one of my primary ways to win, I think I'm going to Thought Thief them. Actually, I should just hold it, because if it's a land, I'm going to leave it on top. I'm not going to give them a good draw now. And is the 3/2 going to be able to attack? I mean, they're going to play Svella next turn. Probably not. I don't want to send the Menace until I have the ability to pump it to 6, so that I can take out 2 Packmates, not 1, if they double block it. This turn I could only pump it to 4, but there's going to be a turn where I have my mana untapped, and I can give it Menace pre, and then if they double block it, I can pump 2 more times and take out 2 Packmates. Yeah, it turns into a 4-3, but that means I just have to pump it twice with a Narfi out. It still doesn't change the equation, really. I mean, obviously, if this is in play and it's not, then I only have to have the ability to pump it twice. Can't bring this back. I have 2 snow up. Okay, so Svella's out again. Super annoying. Nothing I can really do about that. Their 5/5 still tapped. This might be a good time to get aggro, because I can still bring the Narfi back. What happens if I Wither Crown, like, a Packmate, give Menace, and then attack with everything, except the Augur, obviously? What's a good crown target? They have Coma in hand? Eek. Oh, the Yeti? Yeah, the Yeti's the best crown target, certainly. So they can't 3 me a turn with it. I might have said Packmate, but I'm just thinking a 3/3. But obviously the 3/3 with an ability is better than the 3/3 without one, once in play. But I'm thinking if that's the line I actually want, which I think it is. So if we're going to do that, we have to do this. We still have 3 snow, yeah. So then before attackers, let's go ahead and take away one of the 3 power creatures. And now if they, like, double block the Draugr, I can just pump it twice. If they make blocks such as not doing that, like on the Bergstriders or whatever, and I can always bring back Narfi. I mean, turning them from 4/4s to 5/5s is probably not changing much this combat, but we're happy to do it anyway. Like, we're not worried about the swing back that bad yet, and, like, we might as well pressure them, make them play D. Even though I think decking them is one of the most likely ways we're going to beat them. If we force them to, make trades that aren't bad for us and play defense, that's fine. Inga first would have helped? I don't think so. I might need to bring back Narfi. I don't have enough mana for all of that. If I made a mistake here, it was playing Wither Crown first. It gave them a double block with an 0/3 that's dying anyway. So now pumping that isn't going to do anything. But if they don't have a way to kill Narfi, they put exactly 4 on the Bergstrider, which might be a mistake on their part. So now I can use Frost Augur or pump to remove the Yeti, which is super close, because, I mean, the Yeti's an 0/3 taking 1 a turn anyway. So I don't know if I want to pump Grimdraugr with my last Snowland or use Frost Augur. Probably just use Frost Augur. I mean, I have a lot of snow cards, right? I can hit, like, I don't know. It's close. I mean, they could copy it, but that's not, like, the scariest thing in the world. I guess a 4/4 unblockable could beat me, and they do have 2 Mirror Lakes, and I still think decking them is probably my most likely path to victory. So I think actually it is right to pump. Take away their ability to possibly pay 1 life once, copy the Yeti. Because then they can, like, copy the copy, right? So, like, they could end up beating me with these unblockable Yetis. And I still think decking them might be my most likely path to victory. I'm not saying it's going to happen. It depends what they have. They might cast Coma this turn, and then I just can't win, or whatever. But, like, right now I'm still at 20. I have a little bit better of a board than them, except for their ability to, like, start activating Svella, and they're down to 13 cards in their deck, and I have 18. So, certainly, decking them is a reasonable path to victory. I know it looks like I'm on the aggressive, but it's unlikely with all these cards in hand and Svella that they're going to not be able to stop these Narfis and 5/5s. I'm pressuring them to make bad trades and stuff, and then I'll switch gears when the time comes. And look, if I can sneak in 20, great. I mean, awesome. I'm just not expecting that to work. Okay, so now I could helm something, but I don't want to miss the free zombie token. So I think I just go to combat. They'll probably tap a 5/5, and then I just send the other 5/5. If they tap Narfi, I can send both 5/5s. And then I can, like, play the Helm, make the token, use Augur, and play Thought Thief, I guess. And if I'm going to do that, let's use Augur first in case I get something that changes my play. Because I still have enough mana to bring back Narfi or something like that. Not that I'm going to need to do that this turn, but if I did. Okay, and then no reason to show them the Helm if I'm not going to equip anything. So now let's go to combat. Yeah, I could make the zombie and put the Helm somewhere. I mean, the only place that it's really useful is the Narfi, though. It would give me an extra attacker, but I think I'd rather just get an extra body down this turn, right? Like, it's close. Because, like, the Narfi would be a good attacker with the Helm on it. So I'm not sure if that play was right or wrong. But I'm not lethaling them, but I'm getting an extra, like, 5. And that, you know, that feels good. They're at 8, but at the end of the day, maybe I'd rather get an extra creature and play this turn. I think it's extremely close. Well, that's looking good. So I guess we'll start with that, and then, I mean, I'm not bottoming any of those. Just play it and draw the other two. I probably can draw Behold and then Augur Bergstrider, and then draw Struggle, and then play Behold the next turn after that. Yeah, they would have tapped the equipped creature, so the end result would have been 5/5 on 5/5, and then they could chump the other 5/5 with Mask Vandal or take 5, which is useful. They're at 8, but they could just sack a 1/3 or take another 5. There's certainly no lethal or anything. You know, I'm not like forcing anything incredible there. Think I'd rather get the extra bodies down, but it's reasonable. I'm not saying like it would have been crazy to move the Helm onto the Narfi or whatever. They can, but you know, if we're forcing them to copy Vandals, that's not the worst either. Like, those ports are valuable. And I mean, now that the 5/5s have traded, this turn I'm going to, like, Bergstrider, like, the 3/5, and then I can just attack with everything, right? Yeah, I think we actually might win through aggression. I didn't expect this to work, because, I mean, they have 5 cards in hand. Like, what is in their hand? You know what I mean? This is the way you'd expect a game to play if they had, like, 1 land in hand or something. Like, they activated Svella for 8 mana last turn, rather than casting, like, 2 things out of their hand. Like, I don't know what they have. Yeah, Morite can copy anything. Mirror Lake just copies creatures. Alright, so I think our turn is easy. Pull up the Bergstrider, Bergstrider the 4/6, and then attack with everything. Yeah, if they disdainful stroke it, which wouldn't be shocking. They did already play one, right? This is that same game where they stroked Behold like a million turns ago? No, that was last game? Oh, no, it was this game. They shuffled it in. I see. Okay, good beats. So a 4/6, I mean, they can kill one thing, and they're going to tap one thing, so that probably stops me for this turn. What can I do? They tap the 5/5, 4/6 eats 3/3 token. I mean, if I can kill Svella, I'm happy to throw away a 3/3 token, but Svella on 3/3, and then, like, Narfi gets, like, chumped by a 1/1. That doesn't seem good. So yeah, they could have counters in hand. That is one of the only things that makes sense. I have to make sure they're decking first, 14 to 11, so I can still draw 2 more. So I guess that makes sense to do. Probably should have played that first to try and pull the counter. Yeah, we'll take those. I think that, like, casting my spells is right, but I think my sequencing was dicey here. I would have much rather the Behold get stroked than the Bergstrider, so I think my sequencing was pretty bad. I think I should have played Behold, and then, look, if it resolves, well, no, because then if it resolves, though, I'm getting the 2 cards that I know are both good on top. Whereas I wanted to get the Bergstrider with the Frost Augur for free. And then once I do that, it's revealed, so then they're not going to disdainful stroke the Behold. No, I think my play is actually right. Because they might disdainful stroke Behold to prevent me from getting ammo quicker, but if they know I have Bergstrider in hand, they're never disdainful stroking Behold there. And, like, I'm not going to just, like, cast Behold, and then if it... Wait, I can cast Behold, and if they... Yeah, it's a gamble, because they don't know about the Bergstrider if it's on top. And if they counter it, then I can augur up the Bergstrider. So, actually, it's really close and interesting. Because they wouldn't know about the Bergstrider when I cast Behold. So maybe they would stroke it, and maybe they wouldn't. But if they didn't, I'd be pretty unhappy. Because then I'd miss the free augur for Bergstrider. And I wouldn't even get to scry lands to the bottom ever or anything. It would just be, Behold, put 2 cards in my hand that I know I wanted. It's pretty interesting, actually. Okay, so what are we doing here? I can struggle Svella. I can struggle the 4-2. I can actually struggle the 5-7 with Bergstrider, but not in the same turn that I struggle something else to grow the 5-5 to a 6-6 and then a 7-7. They've got 3 mana. I think I'm going to start by just using my 5-5 Bergstrider and trying to struggle their Svella, I guess. Even though I'm not really scared of spell activations at this point, it's still probably better than just a 4-2. I mean, it's a 2-4 anyway. It's not like it's an enchantment that draws cards. And if, like, they don't have anything and I'm able to grow this to a 6-6, then next turn I can get rid of the 5-7, then I can just attack with everything. You know what? No, I would need more mana than I have. I was going to say I could, no, after combat would be bad for this exact reason. Now I can slap the Bergstrider down and tap the 5-7 and I get a better attack. I mean, I guess I don't get an attack this turn, but... So maybe I wait a turn to do that? So what do we do now? Now we have no ability to struggle away a 5-7. So I probably still struggle away Svella. So I think now we just struggle away Svella with the 3-3. And then next turn we plan to Bergstrider the 5-7. We can put the Thought Thief out now. We've been patient. Let's Thought Thief them. At this point, if there's a land on top, the card in their hand could be a land, but they still have double port, so I'd probably just mill anything. I don't know. One less turn they have to kill me with 10 cards in their deck. Or do I leave them a snow land? I don't know. I guess the alpha plan's looking good, so we leave it. This is why I've been waiting. They're still decking first, right? 11 and 10, yeah. So yeah, let's just leave it. Let's let them draw a dud next turn. Because now, like, next turn I can Bergstrider the 5-7, and then I have a couple of decent attackers. I guess it's not great, but the turn after that I have the 4-4 wall, the 5-7 still tapped. So they're definitely under some real pressure. Assuming that card in their hand is a land, they can port... I mean, it doesn't copy counters, so they're just going to get, like, a 2-4 or a 4 or 5-3... Yeah, I don't think I'm going to win through aggression. I think I pretty much have to win through decking. I mean, maybe if I top, like, another removal for the 5-3. But remember, they still have these 2 ports. Put on top or bottom. Definitely top. And then I'll just stop and draw it with Augur. Yeah, that's fine. Speaking of, I guess they realize that they need to be aggressive. Alright, we're not chumping yet. Especially because this is drawing a card this turn. Oh, I love it. I live for these kind of games. So, pre-combat, just play Narfi and then attack and then do we actually Bergstrider the 5-7 this turn, or do we play Spell and wait a turn? I don't know. This is super interesting. I mean, I can lock down Pillar, or I can if I lock down the 5-7 when it's up to block, that could be way better. But they do have the tap thing. I mean, I definitely want to get this out, because this can chump the 5-7 and then just come right back and stuff like that. So first order of business is play Narfi, then go to combat. If they tap the Thought Thief, I can play a 3-5 Svella. I don't have a blocker for the 5-7, but a 3-5 stops the 4-2. Narfi can stop the Narfi stops basically their team. They can tap it, but then the pillar would be tapped on their turn, and I still have a Bergstrider too. So I'll probably lethal them unless they draw something good, even if they Mirror Lake something. I don't know how many lands they have left. They've sacked a few lands. I mean, we'll assume they were playing 17. They have what? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 in play. 11. Oh, they shuffled them back. Oh no, they get exiled or something. Where'd their ports go? I guess they only sacked like 1. Yeah, they probably have a lot of lands left. That's true. I mean, I think that, like I said the whole time, decking is my most likely path to victory. I'm not saying it's going to work or not. It depends what their last cards are. But they should have a lot of lands left in those 9 cards. That is true. Yeah, I think we can just play the 2-4 here. I don't think we need to Bergstrider this turn. Oh, I messed up, though. If I would have played the Forest first, I could have left 3 snow up to bring back the Narfi right away if they attack. So that was a small mistake. Thank you, Thaddeus Agnate. Appreciate the subscription. Yeah, but if they attack with both, I'm not going to block Svella on 4-2, Narfi on 5-7. I'm just going to block Narfi on 4-2 and take the free kill. If they attack with just the 5-7, then I'm going to block Narfi on it. Svella's not, like, important. I can activate it, like, once, maybe twice. I'm on 10 and they're on 8, and I'm drawing first. So, yeah, I can only activate it 1 time, which I'll do. I mean, I don't have a reason to believe they have a Daring Thought Thief, but... Okay, no real choices. Hopefully it doesn't cost me a tight game. I did mess up. I should have played the Forest and then tapped the basic, and I could have had 3 Snowlands on tap to bring this back now. That was actually pretty bad. Thank you, Kiln1984. Appreciate the subscription. Hope you're enjoying the stream. You can hit the punt counter if it costs me the game, but you can't if it doesn't, because I called it on myself and nobody else saw it before me. I mean, I'm not going to hold the Berg forever. I'm going to play it probably this turn. I had, like, the ability to put out 2 things and use my mana. I couldn't play 3 things anyway. That is how it officially works. If you call it on me, even if it's small, it's fine. But if I call it on myself, then it has to actually cost me the game before it was a punt. You should have spoke up then, NSC. I'm not losing. I mean, I could lose. It depends on what's in their hand and their deck, but I think I'm a favorite. Thanks, Drops MTG. Appreciate that subscription. Cozy Me the God? Well, it's not that scary right now. It's a decent blocker, though. So... What can I do? I mean, I could activate Svella once if I want. I have 9 to their 8. What do I have left to hit? Like, I mean, I can see, like, half my remaining spells. Binding is the only good card I have left. Searching for a Forest, yeah, that has to be optional, because I can always just fail to find. So, I have a Wither Crown I can slap on their 5-7, but, I mean, it would just turn into a 4-7 or something, so that's not useful. Binding would be good, but I don't think I want to take a 4/9 chance to hit that. So, let's say I can bring back Narfi, attack with like a 4-3 and a 3-5, and a 2-3 if I want to, and I can Bergstrider and untap like 2-4. So what does that leave them to block with? It leaves them a 2-4, a 2-2, and a 1-1. Their blocks can't be good. I just have to make sure I don't die. And 5-9, 12. So I don't have enough mana to bring back Narfi and Bergstrider and Inga. I can do any 2 of the 3. 5, 9, 12, and I have 11 lands. Think I just go defensive. I have 12. I only count 11. Oh, the glittering thing. I do have enough to do it all. Maybe that changes it. I do have a Binding in the deck, yeah. And a Wither Crown. Those are my relevant spells left, and I have like a Sculptor. I don't know. This is complicated. I guess if I tap, like, the on-tap 2-4 here, I can attack with Draugr. They don't have any good blocks on that. If I trade it for Kozuma, I'm pretty happy. Nah, I think I have to just try and deck them, right? Thought I had 2 bindings. Do I only have 1? 3 Snowlands open, yes. Oh, I forgot I have all these land spells. I can't mill myself for 4, but we'll put that on the bottom. But these cards look decent. So Wither Crown can stop a flyer, but I'd rather get the tap land and play this turn, I think. And that's all. I mean, they do have another port. Like, I don't think I'm winning through aggression. I mean, obviously, if I can make favorable attacks, force chumps, and maybe I can sneak in lethal. They are at 8, but I think it's unlikely. Yeah, I've actually had Kozuma a bunch of times, and I had no clue what this was when they played it. I do really like these alternate arts. Like, obviously, like, I'm not super aesthetic into art, whatever, but, like, I really never liked foils because they warp and they're different thickness and they just cause all kinds of problems. Whereas these things are sweet. Like, you know, the art is cool. Yeah, that's true. They could deck me with my own Inga. I mean, obviously, if I can trade off Inga, I will. You know, before they can trigger it. I don't think I could not play it there. Not, like, winning by that much. So, can Wither Crown at instant speed with Svella if I want to. The Narfi recurs. I mean, the Bergstrider I can trade for Kozuma to help clear the way for Narfi to attack every turn, but they can just tap it. Does not seem like I can do stuff aggressively here. I mean, I want to, but I can't send a bunch of things, including Inga, or they can make me draw 3. I can't send the 4-3. They'll block with a 3-5. You know, this one recurs. That's why I keep talking about it. I think we just chill and hope we can deck them. As long as they don't have a sweeper or something, you know, it's not like they can, like, you know... Maybe they can make an attack where I have to lose creatures and kill theirs and lose... Or I won't have to lose Inga, but then maybe they can kill Inga post-combat if their last card or 2 is a removal. They should have a lot of lands left. It is true. I mean, you have to assume this deck's playing at minimum like 16 lands. And with all these ports and stuff, you would think more like 17. So, I want the Wither Crown for a flyer, but I have that, and there's no reason to assume I can Elder Hall a flyer. So I think I Elder Hall now. Just get rid of one of the 2/2s. Oh, yeah, I guess I should have spelled it a Manalith, but whatever. You can't count that as a pun. I have, like, unlimited mana. Literally, the spells left in my deck right now are, like, a Sculptor, a Wither Crown, and maybe a Binding of the Gods. Like, that's it in my whole deck. And they shouldn't have much either, to be clear. They have only played, like, 8, 10, and there's 1 forest, and their graveyard 11 lands. So of these 8 cards, they have maximum, like, 3 spells if they're playing 16 lands. 2 spells if they're playing 17. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, what am I spelling for? I know I can spell it once, but... I might spell a, like, Binding in response to them killing Inga for the win or something like that. I think I want to potentially leave those options available. For now, I think I just chill. Right. They have 3 lands in the graveyard and 9 in play, right? Or 8 in play, so that's 11. So of these last 5 cards in their library and 3 in their hand, these last 8 cards, if they're playing 16 lands, 5 of them are lands. If they're playing 17, 6 of them are lands. Well, this one mills 4 cards, so I can't really play it, right? That's why I put it on the bottom. Yeah, this is going to be an epic run, and I am feeling a little sick. I think this is going to be my only draft today after the red-white aggro. I think I'm only going to do 2 today. I'm going to finish this one all the way out. I think this is game 1 of the run, but I don't think I'm going to do a 3rd draft. But I love these kind of games. I would much rather play a 1-hour game than like 10 6-minute games. The best part about this 1-hour game is I have no clue if I'm going to win or lose. Like, if they can make me draw 3 with Inga, they can win. I'm at 6. If they have some way to get in the last 6, they can win. Well, that's good. That doesn't beat me. Like, this card effectively does nothing right now. Because the game mostly comes down to whether they can mill a card or 2 of mine, you know, force me to draw 3, whatever, or if they can sneak in 6. So things that matter are like, you know, sweepers would win them the game, flyers, removal, etc. Things that don't matter, random ground creatures, when we both have 18 ground creatures in play right now. I could crown Inga and then sack it, but then I do run the risk of losing to a flyer. If we see one more spell out of them, then I'd be more inclined. The only bad thing about Svella is that they can put something in play end of turn, and then they can kill me with it on their turn, potentially. I should be making Manoliths. I'm just not even paying attention, but I'm not going to claim that it was right not to make a Manolith, but, like, who cares? I literally have no spells left in my deck, and I have 50,000 lands in play. I didn't want to put Crown on something just to make them sack it. Even, like, firstly, I mean, it doesn't do much on the 5-7. It turns into a 4-7. I mean, yeah, it pings for 1 a turn until they sack it. But again, I thought decking them was my most likely path to victory that whole time. So I was holding Wither Crown to kill a flyer. I didn't have a single flyer or reach creature out, right? Like, if they played, like, a 2-2 flyer, that kills me in 3 turns before they deck. So I was holding Wither Crown to stop, like, a generic flyer. Back to the pack? Oh, to look at whether to play the 4-4 that Cuneo suggested. We'll look into it next game. I'm not sure that it's going to be right. I agree that it's a good card if I can consistently crew it. Like, for the Snow Mirrors, I would like to have it. I do have a lot of Bergstriders and Ingas and stuff, so an Inga helps fix draws to get more Bergstriders, but it's a pretty bad card if it's sitting there dead, like real bad, because, you know, it's only marginally good if you're consistently crewing it. So, but I do think my particular Snow deck here does crew it pretty well, because Inga does double duty, because it crews it and it scries 3, so it gives you, like, the next thing to crew it too. Alright, here I'm going to lead the ramp, develop my mana. So we can't really Bounding Gold that because we want it out of play. We could Wither Crown it because then they just take 1 a turn and it's not attacking, you know, until they bury it. I kind of want to just play Svella. So, like, Bounding Gold on this would be horrible because then it sits in play forever and this ability just happens forever. Wither Crown on it's fine. Then it sits in play, but they take 1 a turn and it stops it from attacking. I could cast Draugr to try and on myself to try and find a land. I could cast Svella, which would be, if I get to untap with it, I'll happily take 3 and make a Manolith. But if they kill it, they'll draw a card with Squash. I guess Demon Bolt, they won't draw a card. Probably best to just run Svella here. I'm being too conservative. Like, no reason to put a Squash in their hand. Maybe they have one, maybe they don't. If they Demon Bolt it, I'm not even mad. They don't even get to draw a card. And, like, Svella making a Manolith has a lot of value for me right now. Like, next turn, I can make a Manolith and Wither Crown Aegir. So that's a really good turn if I don't draw a land. I think Wither Crown is playable in control decks. Black can be controlling or aggressive. Like, if you're black-white or black-red, you probably don't want to play your Wither Crown. But if you're like a blue-black control or a snow control, then Wither Crown is okay. I'm not saying it's great, but if, you know, it's serviceable removal if you're a control deck. Serviceable, unexciting removal for a control-ish defensive-oriented deck. Unplayable for aggro decks. That's how I feel about Wither Crown. Yeah, that was weird. You'd think they would take... Even if they have another Agar in hand, they could just take one, hit me, get for one, get a treasure, and then play the Agar and sack it. Yeah, that was a weird sack, I agree. So again, this isn't really a card we want to bound in gold, because then its ability just sits around forever. We can definitely Wither Crown it, then it's not hitting us for any, and they're taking one a turn to keep it around. So I think this is just Wither Crown on the Realm Eater. Make another Manolith. Play Svella Control at the moment. Yeah, that makes sense. They sacked it for the Mask Vandal, so they could have a creature to exile. Because they were going to sack it sooner or later anyway. So their choice was get another free treasure, basically, or have a creature to Mask Vandal my land, which makes sense. They want to keep me off activating Svella for as long as possible. Give themselves time to find a removal. No, Wither Crown does not stop +1/+1 counters. But the thing is, like, you know, if I can... This isn't threatening right now, right? So Wither Crowning this was still effective. Obviously, they ended up making a copy of it. Okay, good beats, but it doesn't have to stop the counters there to be effective, right? I can just ignore that. How many of my permanents are they going to kill? They're taking one a turn. It's an 0/3. Hopefully we'll just draw an on-tap land. No dice. But, alright. Now we can have a pretty good turn getting to 8, right? Manolith and Bergstrider, they're 5/5. I mean, I am really scared of this thing, but it's not like it kills me, like, instantly. Wait, can they get rid of all my Manoliths? These have casting cost 3 or 0. I mean, I couldn't do anything about this. I didn't have the ability to fight this off. But, yeah, that's super rough. Yeah, then I can fight it away. No, I mean, my play was right. It's not like I had the ability to stop that, and, like, I didn't have anything else to do. Like, I mean, I guess instead of making the third Manolith, maybe I foretell struggle and play Bergstrider, and that's close. But, that is rough for me. So for now, I think I'm just going to want to activate Svella. I don't want to miss the opportunity to do that. Yeah, they would lose their own pick and Vandal. It's not the end of the world. Again, I mean, maybe it was right for them, maybe it wasn't. It's a close play. It's not like... I don't even think I want to attack with Bergstrider, because if they remove the counters, they're going to kill those cards anyway. And I'm giving it counters if I let them block with Bergstrider. I'm pretty sure I'm just going to pass the turn. We can Svella end of their turn after they've had the ability to remove the counters. If they remove the counters, this has to go on the stack, right? And I can Svella in response. Right, if I give them a third counter, then they can get rid of Svella too. So for now, I'm chilling. Obviously, if they remove... What? I don't get that. You can't respond to that? I mean, the ability goes on the stack, but you can't actually respond to the removing of the counters? Okay. Well, learning as we go here. Professional Magic player. It's not the end of the world. I'll make another Manolith. But, yeah, I thought I was going to be able to respond. No, I don't think that was a stop. I think that was my fault. I'm guessing what happens is the ability to remove counters goes on the stack, but you can't respond to the actual removing of the counters. I'm not sure, but that would be my guess. Yeah, I'm going to go for struggle. There's no reason the way this game is played to put a hard removal in their hand. So now we're just going to hope we can struggle successfully here. Still have 3 to make another Manalith. Yes. If this works, we're in really good shape. I don't think the way this game is played, they're holding like a Demon Bolt for the Bergstrider. Something like a Disdainful Stroke they could always have. There's no way to know. If I hit for 4, they can hit for 4 back. Do we want that? No. So we'll just chill. Plus, they could just chump and get a counter. Ugh, I did it again. I had to make a Manalith on my turn. Well, they would have just gotten removed too, actually. So no, that time I didn't mess up. If I make another Manalith, they just remove it. So, if anything, I incentivize them to use their counter better. So my play was probably right this time. Okay, so that's a decent target for Bound and Gold, so they can't attack and boast. So I think this is pretty easy. I think Sinkhole's land 7, Manalith is land 8. So let's just Bound and Gold. And then end of their turn Manalith after the upkeep, and then we can at least activate Svella. And this time I'll activate it on my turn. I won't, if I don't draw an on-tap land. I won't give them the ability to remove 0 counters and kill my Manalith. What did I do wrong? I think my plays were actually fine here. If I respond to the effect by making another Manalith, the Manalith comes into play before the effect. Oh, float mana. Sure. I could pool the Manalith mana, and then if they kill it, I can make a Manalith, and if they don't, then... Well, they're going to kill it, but I can pool... Because it's free. But I can pool the Manalith mana. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, yeah, this gets counters when permanents of mine die. I'm aware of that, I think. Did I mess something else up? What are they doing? Path? Okay. Oh, yeah, no, you're right. My bad, my bad. You're right. They wouldn't get a counter if they chumped, you're right. It's true, though, that they basically had to remove the counters to kill things, so it didn't make much sense when they had this with the treasure thing or whatever, the pick. It didn't make sense for me to attack, but I misspoke. What I said was wrong. Okay, so we have 8, and again, they can't remove 0 counters, or they can? No, it has to have 1 or more counters. Okay. So now we don't need to do anything now. Do I want to attack with the Bergstrider? The only way they can kill it involves Seraph. I've got Svella up, so probably. So this looks like a fine attack. You're right, they can't remove 0. I wasn't sure on that either way. But, so now we can safely Svella. So that can pump everything. I mean, it can pump wolves and give it a counter. I mean, I don't have any, like, counters, right? The only real reason to respond to that would be if I had, like, exactly a deal 3 to hit the wolf token or a hard counter. I have Crippling Fear. That's a deal 3. So maybe with the ability on the stack so I can get the Angel 2 if I hit the Crippling Fear. So let's let that come into play and put the ability on the stack. And now I'm going to Svella in case I hit Crippling Fear. Well, no dice, but that's still a nice hit. Crippling Fear would have been sweet. Kill all their stuff and none of mine. But I guess I can't complain about binding. Alright, so primary mission now, not die to the flyer. 3. I'm not too worried. We even have double white, double blue and a white to sack this when we want to, but for now, 3, 7, 8, 9. Probably just gonna Svella. I don't think we need the Bergstrider up. We'll just leave the Svella up. If they kill the Svella, I'll Svella. If they attack, I can block. I can like Svella or block a 2/2 and Svella, whatever. Still at 10, and I have this land that gains 2, and pretty comfortable. Gladewalker doesn't die to Crippling Fear. You're right. But I would have still killed everything else they had. including the Broken Rare, Token, the Resplendent Marshal. Life would have been good. Alright, Svella, see what we get. Spin the wheel. Nothing too great. I don't have 3 up to pay for this. I can still get the equipment. I think I just want more mana. I mean, obviously none of those were great hits, but of my choices. I'm dead to Hideku's second right. Well, that's a problem. Okay, so I do need to stop taking hits for 3. I mean, that is the only way I can lose the game. I mean, it shouldn't kill me, obviously, but Priest can kill it. Do I have enough mana to play Priest and Svella? Yes. So that becomes a clear line. And I think I don't want to risk it getting messed up. I'm just going to Svella now. Make sure it's leaving me a black for Priest. It is, because it's leaving Manalith. Alright. No hard removal, but that's totally acceptable. Oh, I didn't pay a snow mana, so it untaps. Not that I could do anything different. If they have +4/+4, I will be very unhappy. That was a reason to wait, I guess. But I also have, like, struggles and stuff like that they could mess up on their turn, so. Alright, I don't think they're going to have an instant removal that kills a 4/4. They might, but if they use it on Bergstrider instead of Priest, that might be better for me. So we're not scared to double block. And this is actually kind of important strategically. In a lot of spots like this, it's pretty scary double blocking a 6/6 with 2 4/4s, right? But in this case, it isn't. Here's why. Let's say they have Demon Bolt in hand. I would rather they Demon Bolt one of my Bergstriders, eat the other, and keep their 6/6 ground creature, than Demon Bolt the Priest. The Priest kills the flyer that's actually beating me, right? So if Demon Bolt would still be better served killing Priest than blowing out my double block, I don't have to play around Demon Bolt, right? I can just double block, because if they have Demon Bolt, I want them to kill a Bergstrider when I double block. How do we win from here? What do you mean? If we kill the Resplendent Marshal, we just start attacking and drawing extra cards and playing our stuff. I mean, like, we're in great shape. I mean, we could lose. We're at 4, but we're certainly in a good position. Let's put down Narfi. Yeah, Narfi's definitely worth playing. I want to be fairly conservative, but I think I can certainly send the 5/5. Still have 3 blockers, right? One, two, three, four, five, six. Let's go ahead and look at their library, because we don't care if we draw land. We just don't want them to top deck anything. So when you're the one in a losing position, you're more likely to Thought Thief yourself, because you need to top deck removal or something good. When you're in a winning position, you're more likely to Thought Thief them, because they're the one who needs to top deck something good. So there's more value in controlling their draw step than controlling my draw step right now. So if I kill their blocker and then I attack with everything, they can block the 5/5 and take 3, 6, 10, 14, which is lethal. If they have removal, they don't die, but they still have to trade the 3/3 off. Seems fine. And we're going to have these 1/1 blockers, so we're not afraid. So, because like if they kill Narfi and they block the 2/2 or something, it's not like they attack me back for 3. I have the 1/1s. So now we'll just go aggro. We know they drew a forest this turn, so they probably have nothing. But even if they have something, like, we're still in good shape. Yeah, but I have the 2 1/1 blockers, source them. So if they used removal on Narfi and then ate the 2/2, I have 2 different blockers on tap to block their 1 Sculptor. Hello, good night, Twitch. Oh yeah, I love decks like this. Believe me, I don't mind the hour games or anything. Well, thanks, Wild Shadow. I appreciate the compliment. I've made plenty of mistakes. I mean, listen, somebody actually just retweeted a clip from the draft video I put on YouTube where I was like, listen, don't feel bad if you're making a lot of mistakes, and be aware I'm going to make more mistakes than usual. This is probably the most complicated Magic set of all time. And that's a good thing. You know, like, just accept that we make mistakes. That's testing our skill. That's a big part of what makes the game fun, you know? It's okay. Like, you don't have to feel bad if you make mistakes playing Magic. Like, you know, there are two kinds of Magic players. Those who make mistakes and those who make mistakes but don't realize it, right? Like, those who know they make mistakes and those who think they don't but actually do. Like, this game is so incredibly hard, and that's a big part of what makes it great. And some sets are a lot simpler than others. You know, like, there's not a lot of text in a lot of the core sets sometimes. But this set, I mean, every card has, like, you know, a billion abilities. It's just, I think it is the most complicated Magic set of all time. I can't say that with certainty. I can say with certainty it's like a 10 in complexity. I don't know if it's literally number 1 or not, but I think it probably is. So we have a Snowland, just going to Inga, use all my mana, try and put a land on top, or good spells so we can Bergstrider. Well, that's all of what we wanted, so I don't think I need to draw Frost Augur. I have a lot to do. Think we want to draw land, then Narfi. Oh, wait, I can just Frost Augur the Narfi for a free card, so... Alright, so... Let's say I draw land for... Let's say I draw this Frost Augur, then next turn I draw the land, then I can Frost Augur the Narfi. So this order makes the most sense, right? I missed the land drop, but I can play Augur next turn and Grimdrauger, and then I can activate Augur, draw the gate, activate Augur, and then get Narfi. So that looks good. Yeah, there's just, I mean, I want to draw the land before the Narfi. I mean, if I stack the Narfi first, then I can get the land that turn by auguring, you know, upkeep. But I don't need to do that. I mean, this is effectively the same thing without having to do that, right? No problem. I know I can upkeep activate. I've done it before, but in this case, there's no reason to do that. I'll just draw the gate and then activate it, right? It's not like there's upside to doing it upkeep and switching the order. I would just get it during my upkeep and then draw the gate. How do I not miss my land drop this turn? Yeah, and if they kill it, I'd rather have the land on top, so it's not actually the same. It's the same if they don't kill Augur, but if they kill the Augur, I would much rather draw the land than the Narfi, because I get the land in play and I can't cast Narfi. So I get the land in play a turn earlier. So this is just a correct way to order them. What I can do, though, I could struggle and then do this during my next upkeep, but I don't have anything to struggle with, since that's a 3-3 and I'm going to kill my creatures. So I think we're just going to put this on layaway, play our land, attack with Grimdrauger, use Frost Augur. No reason to give them the option to block, I don't think, because I still have mana. Actually, if I want them to block. No, because I don't have anything else to do with my mana. So, do I have enough? 2 for the Menace, 1 for the Augur, 2 for Struggle. No, so I'll give them the option to block, because this is not a bad trade for me. Their creature has an ability, mine basically doesn't. And now I can Augur, get the card off the top, play the tap land, put this on layaway, and back to you. I could have struggled, but I didn't have the... and I would have, except none of my creatures could struggle that and survive. I don't think I need to Wither Crown that here. I mean, it's not bad, but is that better than anything I did? Like, do I really want to Wither Crown that right now? I want to struggle that away, I think. Because if I Wither Crown it, it keeps its ability. So they can afford to pay 1 for a couple turns and maybe pump something. Wither Crown is at its best against non-utility creatures. Like, you know, vanilla creatures. Like 6/6s and 4/4s. Like, the Bergstrider's a much better target for Wither Crown because it has no ability once in play. So, Bergstrider or Narfi, they're both pretty effective right now. I'm not going to have an attack, but Narfi does kind of dominate the board. Lots of words. This set is like me. Lots of words. So we're going to play one of the 5-drops for sure. We're not going to Frost Augur. I've obviously played an untapped Snowland, it would be guess, but we can't risk that. The only question is which 5-drop. I think we just Bergstrider. I don't think we need better than this. We just want to get our 4/4 out. No reason to miss a point. I mean, I like this format and Zendikar. I actually like Zendikar a little bit better, but that's because it played much grindier. But, like, this format is way more complicated. Like, the cards just do more, have more interaction, etc., etc. More text, more words. So with 1 red, the only interaction is Frostbite. They do have 3 snow permanents, so they can deal 3. What can we do? I mean, we can't struggle anyway, so we're going to play Narfi. Do we attack with Grim Draugr? Yeah, if they don't have removal for Narfi, they can't really attack because Narfi can come back. I mean, I know we're 1 Snowland away, but that's not much. If they do, we can afford to take 7. So I think we just play Narfi and then attack with Draugr here. Narfi's pretty good, like, because if they kill it and they aren't able to kill me with aggression, they basically wasted their removal, right? So this is a good trade if they make it. You know, I'm happy if they trade. If they take it, they don't have an attack back on board. They could have one if they remove Narfi, but unless they exile it, Narfi comes back later. Well, the complexity doesn't change the splashing that much. The main thing with splashing is you never really want to damage your ability to cast your main colors. I mean, there's 4 and 5 color decks, and it's incredibly complicated. But a simple answer for a 2-color deck when you're deciding whether to splash a single to cast card, look, it's always going to vary. That's Magic. But as a baseline, if it's going to drop you below 8 of each of your main colors, and you can't get 3 of the splash color, you only want to do it if the card is really busted or something, like super busted. But if you have a couple of duels and you can go 8/8/3 for like a light 1-card splash, or 2-card splash that are single to cast and they're good cards, 8/8/3 is a pretty good mana base. So like, I think like ideal for 2-color decks is usually 9. Look, and to be clear, it varies every format. But in formats like this, where the cards aren't that hard to cast, they don't cost like white 1 or something, 8 is okay, 9 is good for a main color. So I'm pretty hesitant to drop from 8 to 7 on a main color, but I don't mind going from 9 to 8 if it's going to let me splash something busted or something really good. What do you want to do? Bind Narfi? Oh, well, if they bind Narfi, it's not recursive, but it pumps all my stuff forever, so I can see why they're hesitant to do that. I'm not saying whether it was right or wrong. So they have 4 up. They can cast, like, Frostbolt. I don't think there's any way they have that. If they had Frostbolt, they would use it on Grim Draugr, not bound on it. So I think I'm going to struggle with Narfi on Glade Warden. I don't think they have anything. And if they do, they kill Narfi again. That's something that comes back, so I'm not super scared of that. Definitely attack, because we're winning the race, and if they block again, it's something that comes back. And then I think do I just Behold or do I want to get Priest out? I only have 1 Snowland. I have 2 Snow mana, but only 1 Snowland, so Priest isn't doing very much. So I'm going to Behold, in which case I'm not going to foretell it, because why tell them something's coming? This is the exact kind of spot where people foretell, and it's silly. They're not going to do something that changes my play. I'm going to cast Behold, so there's no reason to tell them I have a foretell spell coming. Well, if they trade, I'm one snowland away from bringing back Narfi, so it's a good trade for me. Pretty much any time you can trade Narfi for anything reasonable, it's a good trade because Narfi returns from the dead without spending cards. I know I don't have 3 snow mana now, but I'm not under pressure, so plenty of snowlands in my deck. Sooner or later, I'll bring it back for free. I don't really need a blocker. Like, I'm at 17, they're at 7. Priest doesn't really block Bergstrider, aside from a chump. If I had, like, all snowlands out, I'd probably have played Priest so that I could kill Bergstrider on my turn and, attack. But Priest for 1 or 2 is not going to do that much right now. I can always play it later, like I can play it next turn or whatever. Let's behold and see what we get. There's a lot of value in looking at this many cards, right? Like, I might find removal or struggle or better things to do. So, because playing Priest was fine but low impact, I think it's better to see so many cards with Behold and look for more high impact things. Now, if Priest was high impact, like if I had all Snowlands out, then I might have played it. Yeah, it's a 1/5, but it still only stacks to give my... Oh, you're saying I could have blocked Bergstrider. Yeah, you're right about that. But also, who cares? They're not attacking with Bergstrider. They're at 17, and I'm at 17, they're at 7. Like, I don't need to block Bergstrider. So you're right, it's a 1/5, it could block Bergstrider, but I don't need to block Bergstrider. Now, if it could kill Bergstrider so that Bergstrider couldn't block, that would be a different ballgame. Okay, so I don't think I want to top Shimmerdrift Veil. I do want to look for good cards. I don't actually need the lands. Glimmerfrost, I think I'll top. That gives me the 3rd Snowland, and it gives me a lot of mana with Sculptor. So I think I bottom Veil and top Frost. Just because Frost gives me 2 more Snowlands out of 1 land, and it gives me a lot of mana with Sculptor. Alright, so they have what? Just one pump, so this is a 4/4, so Narfi can attack. They can still pump it, so I don't want to put the crown on that. So I think I just attack with Narfi. I'm not worried if they attack me with this and pump it twice or something. Again, 17-7. So Narfi's pretty much a free attack. And then I'll just Glittering Frost and Priest and Augur and whatever. Okay, so now I'm going to want to spend 3 snow to bring that back. So we're probably not going to do too much. Let's say we tap 3 lands, put the Frost here. That's the 3 mana. So we can Sculptor and still spend 2. So that's awesome. We can play Glittering Frost, Priest, and bring back Narfi. Life is good. That's what I'm talking about. I can't put it on the Forest because I need the Forest to cast it, but other than that. Well, I don't really have a choice but to Frost the Island. I mean, I wouldn't care for mana reasons whether I frosted the Forest or the Island. It's just I'm using all my mana. That's the reason I have to Frost the Island here. So that I can then untap it and get 2 mana out of it. Oh, I could just do that with the Forest too. Yeah, I could have frosted the Forest or the Island and then untap the Forest. I don't think it makes a difference. But either way, this is a great turn. We get to Glittering Frost a land, play the Priest, untap the land, bring back the Narfi. Yeah, I don't think it mattered whether we put it on the Forest or the Island. One of them might technically be, a rounding error better. But with everything going on, I'm not trying to fry that brain power. Like, obviously I'm not going to put it on a Snowland, and I'm not going to put it on a Sack Land. But whether you literally put it on Island or Forest in a spot, I don't think will ever cost me a game. Yeah, I could untap the land into their turn as well. Same man. You're technically right, but you can't hit the punt counter for that. How do I get 1 more mana for... Oh, because you want to put it on an untap land, and I used all my mana. Yeah, I did have to go on the island. Obviously, I don't want to put it on the tap Forest. I put it on the untap island, tapped it for Priest, then untapped it, and now I'm using the 3 again. The extra mana of the Glittering Frost lands is snow. That is correct. So if you put this on a non-snow land, it gives you 2 snow mana. So you increase your snow mana production by 2. Why stop on upkeep? Frost Auguring on upkeep doesn't do anything really more than Frost Auguring after I draw. Assuming we don't know the top card of our deck or anything like that. So, probably Priest away the Valkyr now. I have 4, right? 1, 2, 3. No, I only have 3. I mean, I can produce 4 snow mana or 6 snow mana counting the Sculptor, but I only have 3 actual snow lands. So I guess we'll just get rid of the Packmate. And then, oh wait, but if they tap, then they can't pump. Okay, so I think I get rid of the Packmate, and then I go to combat. If they tap the 4-3, I can attack with the 3-3 and the 2-3. If they don't tap the 4-3, I attack with just the 4-3. That looks good. 1, 2, 3 Snowlands. Go to combat. So if they tap Narfi, we send the other 2 creatures because they can't pump. If they don't tap Narfi, then we send just Narfi. And these are both actually instant speed. So for now, play land, pass. End of their turn, I'll crack one of my lands. Probably this one since we're up on board, but we'll see. Just bring back a Bergstrider for the win. Even though we won't be able to lock it down for the extra turn, it'll still tap it for now. So this game should be pretty much over. If they play a sweeper, I still bring something back from the yard, and Narfi comes back. So I'm not really sure that there's realistic paths to victory for them. Well, we can't pay the snow. That just means the 6/6 will untap next turn, but Bergstrider still taps it right now. And technically, they're not dead on board, but they tapped either the Narfi or the Bergstrider, and then Valkyr has to block the other. So I can send all the little creatures and everything. So yeah. Just go to combat. Attack with everything. They can, like, block and pump and kill the Narfi, but that just comes right back, so. And they can't even block and kill one of these smaller creatures, because then they'd take lethal. Well, life is good would have been said, but now that you said it, I'm not going to say it. And do I have enough mana to play Wither Crown and bring this back? 1, 2, 3 snow, Wither Crown, yes. So, alright, sure. Hey, thanks, Gold Nuggets. Appreciate the subscription. How would I kill the Valkyrie? If I Crippling Fear, they would just pump it in response. I mean, don't get me wrong, like, I could have done that maybe, but my creatures aren't all the same type. Like, that would not have worked. Cool. I'm going to get in the queue and just quick number 1, and I will be right back. You know me, maximum efficiency, so let's jump in the queue. Yeah, I'm not going to do a third draft tonight. Like I said, feeling a little sick, and this is a long one. I'm going to play this one all the way out, no matter how long it takes. But this is going to be the last one for tonight. If I don't get sicker, I'll be back tomorrow. This deck is both good and very slow, so I'm guessing this is going to be a long run. I don't think you can name Snow. Is Snow a creature type? Like, I don't think so. I mean, I definitely don't have Rona. Like, I have, like, fluid in my ear and it feels, like, thick, and I have, like, a little bit of mucus, and I don't have a fever. Like, it's, like, the opposite symptoms from Rona. Like, I have no idea the severity, and it doesn't feel too bad, but I'm very sure I have some sort of, like, ear, nose, throat, sinus infection, and not, like, you know, a virus and corona. Okay, so what are we going to do now? Play the tap land, so we have 3 mana next turn, or foretell the Behold. The only problem with the tap land, I mean, I'm going to have to name black if I play it now, but I'd rather be able to name white with it. So I think if we don't expect aggression out of the opponent, we're better off just beholding. The nice thing about Behold here, too, is it never makes us have to discard because you can do it on your opponent's turn. So, like, not that we'd have to discard if we played a draw, too, because we're on the play, but... Oh, no, we're on the draw, so we would, yeah. So, next turn we can draw, play a land, and then pass, and then end of the opponent's turn, Behold. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to worry anybody. Like I said, you know, I know for sure... I don't, you know, I'm not a doctor, but I know for sure... Like, I've been feeling this way for almost a week. You know, I mean, you know when you have, like, an ear type infection because you just feel it in your ear. Like, literally, like, my right ear just, like, I can't hear as well through it. It feels like there's fluid in there. Obviously, like, that's not what coronavirus does in any way, shape, or form. And I've been prone to these my whole life. So it's, you know. Okay, anyways. So Frost Ogre can block that. They get a 1/1. I have Crippling Fear. I think I have to play it on black now. I don't want to Behold now because then I have to discard. If I'd gotten an on-tap land, I could have played that and played Thought Thief. But I think at this point, black's a main color. I have like 1 white card bound in my entire deck. So pretty much just have to play this on black, pass, and Behold. Thanks, though. I appreciate it. Yeah, I got sick last week. I felt this way for about a week. So it's not doing a great job of clearing up on its own. But I also haven't had a fever or gotten worse, so usually I won't go to the doctor until I, like, start to have a fever or something. Even if it's a small fever, I'll go. But, you know, most, like, minor infections just clear up on their own in, like, a week. But we'll see. But don't worry, it's 100% not corona. Okay. So, let's Behold, see what we get. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, but I'm glad that you got better, Dizlej. Okay, so we just want to bottom both those. We need lands. We have an action-packed hand. I mean, they're good cards, but all we really are looking for is land at this point. So, I would Binding almost anything, because the earlier you get the ramp, the better, and I have plenty of removal, I think, and Bergstriders and all that, but I'm not going to Binding Shieldmate. Can Binding Wings, but, I mean, we could always wait and let them play it on something. Ingo looks fine right now. If they want to spend 2 mana to get in for 3 and I'm at 18. The only thing is, what am I even scrying for at this point? I guess I can bottom any islands or forests, top second black, or like a Shimmer Veil or something. I guess it's right to just get a 3/3 body in play. I mean, the scry can definitely get better than this. Maybe I should have played Augur and the 3/2. The only thing is I didn't want to play too much small stuff because I have Crippling Fear. So, bottom, I think bottom, top, obviously, because never bottom a Bergstrider. Take that to the bank. We'll just go aggro, probably. Hit for 3 in Bergstrider, hit for 7 in Bergstrider. Like, Bergstriders snowball pretty nicely. Alright, let's not have, complex Corona arguments going on. Like, look, Obviously, it's not that serious for most people, and it's deadly serious for a lot of people. So, I mean, there's not like... We don't need to debate the exact percentages. If you have corona and you're feeling symptoms like corona, quarantine, get checked out, do what you can. I'm having the literal direct opposite symptoms of corona. Like, I'm very confident what I have is some kind of local infection and not a virus like corona. Okay, so I don't need to Bergstrider that. I'm definitely happy to Binding the Wings now, because lifelink. I don't mind letting them spend 2 mana and hit me for 3 and gain some life once. But yeah, that's true, Skits. I mean, not that I wouldn't go to the hospital. I would just make an appointment with my local doctor, but... and they're probably vaccinated, the doctors, at this point. Like, I wouldn't go to the hospital. I'd go to my local doctor. Though there might be other people there with corona who aren't vaccinated. Okay, anyways, I think I can attack anyway. I don't think I need to Bergstrider yet. I'll start the Bergstrider chain when they play something worth killing. Obviously, they might have that. I don't care. I'm happy if they use that on a 3-3, but I don't want a Bergstrider to get aggro and then have them kill my only attacker. And then here we clearly kill the wings. That's way more valuable than the shield mate. Oh, there's no question I'm binding the wings. I would never bind the shield mate there. The question is whether I Bergstrider the shield mate and attacked or binding the wings and attacked. Yeah, I could bound and gold it. Well, no, I can't. I don't have a white yet. You can bound and gold it, but I couldn't yet. I don't have a white. Okay, so it's Thought Thief for Bergstrider. There's no good targets for Bergstrider. I don't want to Bergstrider the Magda. I'm kind of helping them. I guess we can Frost Augur and then Bergstrider Shield Mate and just tread water for now. Not like there's anything wrong with this. Wings, if you're aggro and your creatures aren't flying, it's good. You have to meet both conditions. Like, obviously, a lot. Like, I value both the 3 mana 2/2 flyer and the 4 mana 3/2 flyer, the white ones. I value both those pretty highly. So if I end up with like 5-6 flyers in my white weenie deck, then I don't really want wings. But if I have like 1 or 2 flyers in my white weenie deck or no flyers in my white weenie deck, then wings is quite good. But I wouldn't generally play wings in like a control-ish deck. It's only for like, you know, decks full of little aggressive creatures. Thanks, Purry. Appreciate the subscription. You're welcome. Thank you for supporting it. Also, you know I love cats. Okay, so we can't attack. We can't Bergstrider the 4/5 because it has Hexproof Wall untapped. So we're not, like, in any trouble, but we can't do anything great right now. So let's see if we can dig up a land, because it might be a tap snow land or something. And then just play, I guess, Thought Thief. Get rid of that Forest. It's almost like draw a card, because Forest is completely dead now that we know it's there. Sick combo, Frost Augur and Thought Thief. Yeah, I know we can't Crippling Fear yet. We need another black. We also can't even sack this yet. We need a white, but we've got them. There's another Shimmer Drift Veil, I think. There's the Glittering Frost. I mean, there's tons of black mana. I'm talking about the white sources. No, you wouldn't, unless you needed a snow card this turn, like, so, yeah, that's a really good question. So, the time you would Thought Thief yourself before auguring would be if you must hit something. Like, let's pretend I was at 2, and they had 2 2/2s or something. I mean, I probably wouldn't tap augur, but whatever, this is a hypothetical. Let's say you, like, had to hit something immediately. You increase your chances of doing that by Thought Thiefing first, right? Because you can clear stuff and then augur something into your hand. But you'd rather just augur turn after turn, and then as soon as there's a completely dead card, like a Forest, then you can Thought Thief it away, and Thought Thief just literally drew a card, because Forest is a completely dead card. Okay, I mean, that card's really good in general. I'm not saying it was bad for them. I was Frost Auguring every turn, but killed Magda. Life could be worse. I mean, they get all these other effects, too. I mean, this is one of the best cards in the set. I have no idea if it's number 1, 2, or 3, or whatever, but... so right now, we can't actually do anything besides Bergstrider. There's nothing to Bergstrider, but I think we still want to put it out. So we can double block the 4/5. Not actually sure why they didn't attack there. But yeah, I mean, we've got a removal in hand, we've got a Wrath in hand, but I can't bound in gold, I can't tap this. So, I guess let's just chill, and now we have the ability to double block at least. I don't think I want to hit for 4 to take 4 back. I've got 2 good spells in hand. I've got 2 lands that sack and play. I'm waiting on mana. You know, I need a black to sack this. I need a white to sack this. I need a black to cast this. I don't think hitting for 4 to take 4 back makes a lot of sense right now. I think I'm just chilling. Sculptor can work. That gives me second black. Doesn't give me second white because this isn't a snowland, so I can't pool it on, tap it, and then crack it. But it does give me second black, so I can crack Port or cast Crippling Fear. How do I just get through this one giant, huh? So if I attack with the 2 4/4s, and they block with the 5/6, I can -3/-3, name, like, you know, Elf, and then it'll kill this, end Cole, and the 1/1, and I'll lose the 1 Bergstrider, but I won't lose the other. So that's decent. What happens if they chump and, like, take 4? I mean, I'm still at 16. I didn't really want to race, but if that gets tapped, then I can, like, bound and gold it or something. So that actually seems pretty good. So now I'm going to attack. And then I can always just play another Bergstrider too, so. Well, that was a good block playing around Crippling Fear if they were. I didn't think they would chump at 20. Because now if I -3/-3, I'm going to lose both Bergstriders. I can't name something Giant Wizard, etc. I was not expecting them to chump the 4/4 with a 1/1 at 20. Oh well, though. It's still worth it. Cole is a really good card. This is bigger than my stuff. I'll kill this Bergstrider to kill these 2. Yeah, it's still worth it. And it was a good line, because there's no reason to expect them to make that block. So we just name, like, Elf. Well, if I name Wizard, I wouldn't kill their bigger one than mine, so that's not right. Do I want to play the Bergstrider or hold it? I think I just play it. The reason is, if they draw a creature, they're going to put this on it, and I'm not going to be able to tap it anyway. Yeah, I mean, maybe they smelled it, because it is kind of a weird attack from me, but it is also a really weird spot to chump block. Like, you're at 20. You're right. Maybe I should have bound and gold the equipment. I mean, that's not great, to be clear. I mean, you know, this is... The 4/4 is already gone. Like, this would just be stopping a +0/+1 and hexproof equipment. On the one hand, though, I'm not going to be able to bound with that out necessarily, but I do have a decent amount of removal. But on the other, like, it can only protect 1 creature at a time. So, I mean, bounding the equipment, like... might have been right, might not. I certainly should have thought about it, but it's pretty unexciting. So I can port Sculptor for double black. I can't crack this until I draw white. Most likely I'm getting back Bergstrider or Inga if I can draw 3. That's not a huge problem. I mean, it's a little problem. It's like... I think... what I want to do now is chill. If they attack, I can block. They make the 5/5. Then if they go to move the equipment on it, I can bring in a Bergstrider to tap it in response, and then I can bound the 5/5 token. You would like that, Mr. Fancy Pants. The one thing I'm worried about is if I block with the Bergstrider and they have removal and I don't kill their Berserker, but I need to make the play I said, or I could end up losing to the Flyer anyway, so I don't think I really have a choice. So I think I just block here. Hopefully they'll just boast and bury the Berserker, and my fancy plan will come to fruition. So that's already off the table. But again, you know, this gives one creature hexproof. They can't guard the Berserker, the Sigrid, and the Flyer, so. Alright, so we want to remove the Sigrid, because that gets us back the 4/4, so we want to struggle that. We can bound and gold the 5/5. So, what do we want to do with Bergstrider? Is there anything useful to do with it here? Oh no, I want to kill the Berserker. So they can't make more stuff. That's probably more important. The Sigrid can sit around for now. So we'll struggle the Berserker, bound the 5/5 probably. Yeah, I mean I could bound Berserker as well. But then what am I going to do about the 5/5? That's harder to struggle. I can struggle the Berserker and bound the 5/5. Well, yeah, Sigrid, I mean, it's nice to kill it at some point and unlock a 4/4, but it's not like it's doing a whole lot right now, right? I mean, other than holding down a 4/4. Maybe I just get Packmate. I think I'd rather draw a card than have... no, I get Inga, because then I can Scry 3. I don't know if it'll ever go off, but Scry 3 is a big game. Okay, so that works well. Actually, do I want another white source? Nah, I mean, it'll happen when it happens. It's not like cracking that is important. But I want both of these, I think. Actually, I already have an Inga. Do I even want a second Inga? Wait, is there an exact struggle where I can have 3 creatures die? Like, I can play Inga, bury an Inga, and then struggle with Inga. No, they don't have a 4/4 out. Yeah, I'm just going to draw Wither Crown. These other cards aren't that useful. So now we can struggle Sigrid, bound Berserker, and Wither Crown the 5/5 flyer. That works pretty nicely. And do we have enough mana? Yes, we have exactly 9. Cool. So, let's do it. Now, let's see. I guess the order doesn't super matter. Yeah, they might have Demon Bolt. I mean, they get to 2-for-1 me, but that's okay. I mean, I'm still stopping the real threats. There's not, like, a lot I could have done to play around that. But now let's go bound. No more dragons, please, thanks. And Wither Crown on the 5/5 flyer before they can give it hexproof. Cool. This is the Dangle stream, and the talking nerd is Ben S. Any more questions, Alex? I'm good. How are you? I have no idea, Crab Moscow. I'll think about it. Ooh, that's a good one. Wait, it's not a good one. I can't cast it. Well, now I'm dying on board. Maybe I should have topped that other Inga in case they killed it, huh? Somebody once told me greed is good, but they might have lied. Stop doing stuff. Draw land, opponent. I scryed, I recurred things, I did all these things. You're just drawing whatever you need turn after turn. Glitter Frost. Well, that's not bad. I can pay the black and everything. I do have a Glimmer Frost, so, and I mean, there's only 10 cards left in my deck. I gotta check and make sure I didn't mill it. If I milled it, I can't necessarily pop this or cast this. I know the Shimmer Veil's on the bottom. I mean, I don't care about popping this, really. I do want to cast Fella. Hopefully I didn't mill the Glimmer Frost. No, I did mill the Glittering Frost. So, and I milled the Sulphurous Mire? Wow, that's so unlucky. So I milled 2 of my red sources. I don't have any basic mountains. I had 4 red sources, 2 Veils, the Frost, and the Black-Red Duel. So 1 in play, 2 in the yard. So my only way to cast this is this. Yeah, but my only way to cast Svella is the next to last bottom card of my deck. So I might lose because I can't really cast things. I'm not sure. I mean, I might win. I have a 4/4 Menace, the Helm. I mean, I don't know even what's left in my deck. But I need 1 more creature. Obviously, I'm not winning the race. But if I kill Sigurd, I get a 4/4. I can start hitting for 6, 10, whatever. Like, it's a winnable game for sure. But what do I have left? I have a Priest and a Struggle. So I have ways to kill... And Narfi. So I certainly have ways to close this game, potentially. That was the other white source, but that doesn't help nearly as much. I mean, it speeds me up by a couple turns. It's not a bad thing to sack this, because if I'm sitting around, they're just getting draw steps. But I was hoping to unlock Svella, because if I played this now, this would just win me the game. I'd go get all my spells right away. White source is something. It's actually kind of like tuna with bacon. Definitely something. Maybe something good. Maybe not even tuna if it's Subway, but it's definitely something. Don't sue me, Subway. I'm just making a joke. I have no idea whether your tuna sub is tuna, and I've ate there like 1,000 times. And I love it, whatever it is. Well, yeah, it's bad now. Obviously, we're at 4. But, so we have to stop 3 creatures, like, if we crack this. So clearly, if we play Narfi and pass, we're dead. So we have to crack this. Struggle stops 2 creatures, right? We can struggle Sigurd, get back Bergstrider, but I think... No? Wait, oh yeah, it'll untap. If it would have stayed tapped, that would have worked. It's a nice win for the opponent. I had a lot of ammo. I mean, I did get pretty unlucky with the Glimmering Frost, but I also had a lot of ammo. Alright, you win, Kaiser, you win. It's a low bar, Judy, don't know you. It's a low bar. I'll take it. Better than the last spokesperson, still a compliment, but it's a low bar. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, the attack with the 2 4/4s was kind of suspicious, but for me, but also the chump with the 1/1 was suspicious too, because they were at 20. But that play won them the game. If I had an extra 4/4 out that whole game, I would have won, for sure. Yeah, I mean, they also never ran out of steam. Like, you know, I'm scrying and drawing cards. They're just turn after turn casting good things. Hey, Casual Frenzy. Hello, Brazil. Thanks for the love. Right back at you. This is going to be my last draft tonight. Also, please don't abuse the caps lock. Nobody likes shouting. No green, but that's fine. We can cast Draugr to help find it. And we've got Narfi. Seems fine. There's no way I'd ever mold this. There's the green. Now we just gotta draw some spells. Hey, that's a good one. Yeah, we want to play the forest, and this is actually semi-important, because if we draw a tap land next turn or off the Packmate, we'll want to play it, right? So, like, if we have to play the forest next turn to play the Packmate, then we can't play a tap land. And we have plenty of tap lands. So I was going to play the Packmate because 3/3 is bigger than 2/2. Now I might want to play the Thought Thief because 3/2 matches up with 3/3 the same as 3/3 does, and it uses 1 more mana. Now, this card's generally better later in games, because if we do them, we don't know whether they need lands or not. But if we do us, we know we don't need a land, unless it's white. So we can just throw, like, any non-white source into the yard. So I think now we play Thought Thief and do ourselves. Think I'm going to graveyard that. I have to draw another white before I can even sack it. No, it unlocks Bound, though. Ugh, that's the exact card I didn't want to see. Like, do we top this or do we bottom this? It's like so 50-50, which, even though it's fun to find the right play, what it actually means is there isn't a lot of value either way, and so our Thought Thief didn't do very much. Yeah, I think we top this. Because, like, next turn we have, like, Packmate, foretell this. Then we have Narfi. So, like, then we can play this to have Bound, and if we draw another white, we can crack it. Well, now I might just play this instead of Behold, because I need to get rid of Svella as fast as possible. 4, 5, 6. Yeah, they're pretty close. So I think most likely it's Packmate, play Gate, and pass. Still rather just play the Gate first, right? Because we might call white on this to sack this, but we also might call red on this if we draw Svella. Oh no, we already have red, so we'll call white on this. But maybe I should have played this first to get the snow land in play, but whatever. Okay, so I definitely want to kill Svella. And then I can attack. And then I can Wither Crown their Sculptor. That seems okay. It's going to turn it into effectively a 1/3. So I can just, like... If they trade, cool, I'll just hold it. If they block... Or, sorry, if they take it... Nah, there's no reason to Wither Crown that. I'm just gonna I'm just gonna bound Svella. They'll probably make a Monolith in response. Attack with, like, one of my creatures, hold the other up to block. And then I will just Behold. Put Behold on. Pay half of Behold's cost. I think this would be a good trade. So I think I send the 3/3. Because I don't expect a block. And both of them stop their creature from attacking. Okay, and then might as well cut this cost in half. Next turn we can play Narfi and get the Veil in play, and then after that, we've got Behold, we've got Gate, so we're not going to run out of steam. I don't know if we're going to win or lose, depends what they have, but we're not going to run out of steam. Pay half now, half later, base 6. Alright, fine trade. Not going to let them get more treasures. 2/2 for a 3/2. Theirs has a mana ability. Even enough. Can't help you, Salet. My job is to keep you here all night. Narfi can block either of those, even if they're wearing the pick. Not after they give it 2+1/+1 counters. I don't know. What do I want to do? Wither Crown won't stop the counters anyway. I mean, I could, like, Behold and then Wither Crown, double Wither Crown. Don't put Crown on the Spirit Bear? Oh, it doesn't stop it, right? It still has the ability. Thank you, Benjamin Mias. Appreciate the subscription. I don't know. I don't know if I'm supposed to Behold and then Wither Crown like the Glade Warden, or if I'm supposed to Narfi. I think I just Narfi. Get my tap land and play on white so I can sack this Gate when I draw blue, which I have a lot of blue sources. I only have the one red card spell, and I already have my red source, so clearly it's a lot more likely I'll draw blue than a white. Hey, you're welcome. Thank you for supporting it, Benjamin. Great name, by the way. Just my unbiased opinion. Really like to Crippling Fear. I could kill these two. Guess we start with Behold. It's not like we have a lot else to do. And I have 2 black, yeah, so let's Behold and see what's there. Alright, I don't think I can be bottoming bodies at this point. Gladly bottom Forest, of course. So Priest and leave 3 Snowlands up to block and get it back. Okay. That makes this turn fairly straightforward. Because now I can block whatever with Narfi and then just bring it right back with the 3 Snowlands. What am I saying? This isn't a Snowland. What am I doing? Don't ever get sick, y'all. My brain is fried. It's silly putty. I'm losing it. I'm losing it. What did they do? Why is this so big? Oh, they just made more snow stuff and played more snow stuff. So how many Snowlands do I actually have, though? I do have 3. I mean, I had to tap the blue for Behold. The only mistake was, like, not realizing that I didn't have 3 up. I would have cast Grimdraugr. I guess I can still double block Spirit. It's not really that bad. The Narfi comes back and all that. Oh, it looks like they're going to pump using their land. Yeah, this is getting rough. Thank you for forgiving me. I appreciate that. Thank you, Nixius. Appreciate the consideration. So what are they doing? Attacking with both. They have their 2 snow up. Save more damage by blocking Spirit. I just don't tie up their 2 mana. Does that matter? Not really. I don't want to take a hit for 9. I think this is just the block. I actually haven't played 18 lands that much. I've played 18 mana sources. The only thing is, you have, like, Sculptor and Glimmerfrost, so, like, you know, Glimmerfrost does nothing but produce lands. I'm playing 17 in a Glimmerfrost. That's basically 18. And then Sculptor is almost more lands. I've definitely played 18 mana sources, but I don't think I've actually played 18 lands, just because Glimmer is a very good card in the snow decks. Alright, so can slap down some crowns, but it doesn't work too well on either of these cards. This one pumps, this one has infinite power. I've got, what, 1, 2, 3 Snowlands? So I need to play a Snowland in order to Priest, which I don't have. This is rough. So I guess all I can really do is cast things and bring back Narfi if possible. 3 to bring back Narfi and 4 left. So I can cast, like, Sculptor and Wither Crown. Wither Crown practically changes nothing. I'm just putting it on the 3/3 that's not really attacking anyway. Yeah, I can Priest the Warden, which is probably right. But, I mean, it's not looking good. But yeah, I guess I have to do that. No, I might need to Priest the Icehide Troll. Do they have more creatures? Yeah, they do have a creature to pump their stuff. Yeah, but I'm only 1 Snowland away from killing the troll. But I guess they're just gonna pump it with this Glade Warden anyway. This is very rough. So yeah, I'll kill the Glade Warden because they have a creature in the yard. So if I don't, they can just pump the troll, and then the troll's gonna be at a Priest range. And then I'm gonna have to chump the 9/6 with whichever creature I play, and then bring back Narfi. If I'm going to chump either way, I'd probably rather play the more expensive creature. And then I still have 3 Snowlands back, yeah. Wither Crown makes the troll hit for 2 less. That's true, and it might be worth doing later. But I have to put out a blocker for the 9/6, I think. And so I'd rather take the hit from the troll and bring back the Narfi. And then next turn I'll Wither Crown the troll if it makes sense. Oh yeah, this plus the priest could kill the troll. No, but still not after they put the 2 counters on it, right? I mean, if I top deck a Snowland, but not on board. The reason I went with killing the Glade Warden is because they had a creature in their yard, so they could just put 2 counters on the troll and get it out of range anyway. But while the troll's indestructible, this isn't. So if I end up in a spot where where I can trade Narfi and something for the spirit, then after that, the recurring Narfi can stop the troll. So, game's not over. And indestructible doesn't stop a lot of my removal. It stops the struggles if they have the mana up. I mean, I guess I already played the bound, and it stops the binding, so I guess it stops a lot of what I have left. Yeah, Crown not looking good here against these creatures, but it's only because of how specific they are. If this was just a big creature that, you know, I would love to Crown it, the problem is Crown doesn't work against it. Okay, so -2/-2, not doing anything. 2/1/1 chumps, very important. So assuming we have enough, we definitely want to sack this and play Sculptor, which we don't. We have enough. We only have 1 other green. We have 2 green, but would I rather play Sculptor and get a 3/3 or get 2 1/1s? The 1/1s aren't snow or zombies. The Sculptor is. I can't take another hit from the Eyesight Troll. This is bad. What I really need to be able to do, I don't care if I get 2 for 1 or something, but if I Wither Crown the Troll, then can I take a hit from it? It'll have 1 power, 3, 5, nope. So, I can draw 2 and gain 2? I can't, I don't have 2 blue. I can play this on blue, and then I'll be able to do that next turn. But this turn I don't have 2 blue. This is very rough. So I think I have to just make the 2 chump blockers this turn. They're at 32. Not going to bother attacking. Crown just literally, like, does nothing, right? Okay. I mean, they don't have that many threats. Like, this game is actually rather tight, but I think I'm going to lose. Like, if I literally had, like, 1 or 2 more life and could take a hit from Troll, I could triple block the Spirit. And once that's gone, recurring Narfi stops the Troll indefinitely. Problem is I don't, so... But if they have lands in hand, if I draw something I can play, where I can double block and take out the Spirit, and block the Troll, if I get to the point where I have recurring Narfi, that can stop the Troll. Yeah, Wither Crown been awful this game, but it's just because it doesn't work on these creatures. If it stopped, like, if they were vanilla big creatures, Wither Crown would be winning me the game right now. Again, I don't love Wither Crown. Like, acceptable for control decks, not good for aggro decks. Well, now I don't know if I can actually win, like, period. 1, 2, 3, 7. Well, I guess they're not. Well, they're getting another utility land, though. Get back, like, one of these from me. Probably just can't win now. So, snow, snow, snow. So they can kill me if I take the Troll. But I don't know how I can win the way this game's going. Well, I guess I can bring back the Narfi, so I don't need to concede, but I don't know how I win from here. That's a good one, Patrick. So many Trolls cards in this format. So I can Binding, and I can Wither Crown the 6/6. And I'm still dead? No, I have a blocker. So I guess I'm going to Binding. Do I Binding the Spirit or the Icehead Troll? So I'm definitely Wither Crowning the Lindworm. And then Binding one of the creatures. And then I can block the other. No, I'm not dead. I mean, the Lindworm does nothing with Wither Crown on it. So I have Binding and Narfi to answer their 2 creatures. I might die next turn, but at the moment I can still survive. The Saga going off now doesn't do anything. We have the same amount of lands. Problem is they stole my utility land, so now they're going to draw more cards. I don't know how many outs I really have to that. I mean, if I draw something that stops it now, I have Narfi coming back. I'm not even in a bad position, necessarily. I don't think I have many outs to that. I have 3 Bergstriders. If I drew a Bergstrider, I could Bergstrider that and bring back Narfi. We might have a game after that. I need to top deck Bergstrider this turn. The torture. So close. If I literally... Even if I just had a chump blocker, I could bring back Narfi, and then if I drew something next turn, I could be stable. Nah, the troll had 4 toughness, right? I couldn't kill the troll anyway with the Crippling Fear. But the troll had a counter from this land. It had 4 toughness. But yeah, so close from so far behind, huh? This would have been awesome to win. This would have been one of those games where I thought I was like 3% or whatever. But I wasn't that far. Like imagine I just drew like a Bergstrider this turn. I Bergstrider and I have 3 of them. I Bergstrider Spirit, bring back Narfi, and I'm like actually like maybe a favorite. But I got nothing. Good game. Fought the good fight, and lost. Current set's good. I think Zendikar was better, but I think the set's still pretty sweet. I probably should stop drinking this Starbucks. I mean, it's relatively cold. How long does it take for milk to spoil out of the fridge? Because I got this like 6 hours ago. The room is normal room temperature, but I mean the drink was cold. It had ice in it. Like it's not cold now, but it's not hot either. I don't think bacteria is a myth. I don't know how long it takes, but I don't think it's a myth. On the draw, we do have a lot of blue, green fixing. I mean, if they have a fast hand, we're going to lose. But if we draw a single island, I mean, we have 3, 4, 5 removal on the draw. I just don't think it's in me to mold his hand. You know me, in the pocket of big medical. Me, I'm very cultured. I love Magic the Gathering, basketball, poker. What more than that do you need? I'm as cultured as they get. Alright, not perfect, but not the worst. I'm not going to play home. We already have 2 black. Thanks, Galata lost. You know, I'm not trying to judge others, and everybody's got their disposition. You don't have a lot of control over it. But one thing I've never understood, so many Magic players seem so angry all the time when they're playing. Like, this is a game you play for fun, right? Like, that's the point of Magic. Like, You know, if you're so tormented every time your opponent top decks, like, why are you playing? Like, why not just do something else and save yourself that torment? All right, so do we do us or them? Probably us. We don't need lands now that we drew this. We'll play the Sinkhole. I don't know if we're going to win or lose. We're pretty far behind. That could help us catch up. I think that's a top. But then we can start Bergstridering and try and catch up that way. I play Magic to yell at my monitor. Yeah. No, I mean, listen, like, everyone has different dispositions, and there's a lot of things in life, you know, whatever, but, like, you know, this is a game you're choosing to play because it's fun, right? Like, that's all I'm saying. Like, why do something purely for fun if it's not providing you fun and enjoyment, right? So let's see. I think I'm going to Bergstrider the 4-2. Well, not anymore. I was going to say, and this is kind of important strategy, I would have Bergstridered the 4-2 because I'd rather trade for the 4-4 if they attack with it than the 4-2. But now if they put the Helm on the 4-4, I don't have a block. Now maybe I'll just Inga and struggle. I'm dead to removal. I'm dead to removal either way. So I can Inga and struggle, and then I have no block on the 4-4. I can Bergstrider the 4-4, and then I trade for either one of these. I think it's better to just Bergstrider, probably. Because, no, it's going to untap next turn. I don't think it actually makes much of a difference. I can't beat anything else. My back is totally to the wall, obviously. Now, if they don't do anything, I can still win this game. Like, if they don't add to the board, I trade, I go to, like, 3, I Bergstrider, then I can trade again and go to, like, 2, and then I can sack this. Like, you know, I've struggled. Like, it's a winnable game, but I can't beat, like, anything. This is just very rough. Because winning is fun. No basketball player on the worst team says, I'm just trying to have fun out there. Yeah, but, like, that's like talking about, like, you know, the finals of the Pro Tour or something when there's a ton on the line and it's a serious competition. Those are professional basketball players doing what they do for a living. I'm saying, like, as a casual Magic player, if you don't enjoy it, why are you doing it? Like, but, yeah, we're dead. Yeah, that was way more than anything. We're super dead. So, pretty disappointing. Back-to-back 3-3s with 2 really good decks. Haven't been drawing super well. I made plenty of mistakes playing, even subtle stuff. I don't think I've been playing especially well. I'll chalk it up to sickness. Thanks, everybody. I really appreciate all the subscriptions today. I appreciate all the support. I hope you enjoyed this. If I don't get sicker, I'm going to put stream again tomorrow. If I do, I might take the day off. We'll see. Definitely, I'm going to make a sealed video at some point this week and put it up. I know that there's a sealed arena open this week. I'll probably be back tomorrow. Like I said, it will just depend on how I feel. But I really appreciate everybody tuning in. I hope I still did a good stream. I hope you learned some stuff. I hope you had a good time. For now, who should we finish with a raid? Marshall's playing sealed? All right, that sounds good. I'll raid the limited resources himself. The better half of limited resources, the half that doesn't make bad puns all day, every day. I'm planning to stream sealed on Thursday. That's my current plan. But for now, let's raid Marshall LR. Leave you in good hands with the limited resources themselves. If you want to watch draft, I guess he's sealeding. But if you're planning to play the Arena Open this weekend, which I'm guessing a lot of you are, since I'm guessing most of you are limited players, this could be a good opportunity to start getting some insights into sealed deck, which is the format both days of the Arena Open. I believe it's best of 1 or best of 3 your choice day 1, and then best of 3 day 2. So if you want to watch some sealed action, go along with this raid. If you want to watch some draft action, I can't help you. Other than that, have a good day. I will see y'all tomorrow, probably.